Irawashi, streaming from the starlit skies. This is your #1 superstar virtual YouTuber, Amachi Naruse. Welcome to the stream. Today we're studying Japanese in Duolingo, and I'm gonna add something to the end of the streams coming around, so that I'm gonna add that website. Why am I looking to the left? Hold on. Is it my new glasses? I got new glasses this Sunday. Yeah, it's okay. It's the glare on my glasses. I got new glasses this Sunday. Funny story about that too. I'll tell you in a bit. Yeah, so I'm gonna add the NHK News into the end of the stream or whatever in the middle to practice my Japanese newspaper reading in my kanji. I think that was really helpful last time. I'd like to do more. I think it's like it's gonna bring my studying to the next level by practicing those. But about my glasses, so I was waiting. So I got a month ago, I went to get new glasses prescribed, and I ordered them, and they're like, okay, we'll email you when they're ready, right? It should be like 2 or 3 weeks. I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's not as fast as like my usual, like the place I usually go to gets it done in about a week or like even 4 to 5 days. But like this is, I decided to go change companies because it started getting really expensive, and I saved about $100 at the new place from like 400 to like 300 for like a better, for like more features in my glasses too. It's like more of a corporate, like a worldwide kind of company, so it's like understandable their margins are lower, so they don't need to make as, because they have more customers, they don't have to make as much profit on each pair. Hey Showa. Konsachi by Homo Amachi. What? Okay. Yeah, so I do pair of glasses. I've been waiting for like weeks. It's been a month, and I had been meaning to go visit them last week. In fact, I walked right past their store and forgot to go inside. So this week I remembered to go into their store and ask, and I'm like, I still haven't received my email that the classes are ready. Can I ask you if they're ready yet? And then the clerk at the front, he checked, and yeah, they're ready. Okay. I'm like, how come I didn't get an email? And he's like, oh, come over here and just check your email. And I look at it, I was like, wrong. My email is wrong. I even gave the clerk on the day I prescribed like my ID. I was like, it's just my first name, last name at gmail.com. They're like, okay. And they spelled it wrong. So you know how like some names, some common names have like alternate spellings, like Catherine can be spelled like one of 3 ways, right? Basically that. The funny thing is that the email field on their screen is right underneath my name field. So like, and the person had my ID card at the time as they're typing it out, and they still got it wrong. They still spelled my name with an alternate spelling. Like, how did you not catch that? Oh my god. I wish I was watching them type this in, because like, I would have caught it. I should have stared at their fingers while they're like typing on the keyboard. So, no, actually they were doing it on iPad, so I guess I wasn't able to see anything. Yeah. That was dumb. Anyways, I got my new glasses. My vision is a lot better. I was getting like really the reason why I'm getting new glasses, I was getting new glasses because I was getting really tired looking at the computer screen. I was going like cross-eyed. My vision was going like, I was starting to see multiples at the end of the day, and that was like really, that was becoming really unhealthy for my eyes. I felt like I was so tired. And then, so yeah, now I have new glasses, and 4K Ultra HD. To be honest, like, I can see things really far. I'm nearsighted, and like I can see things really far now with like really good acuity. I don't know how else to describe it. Everything is like very sharp. It's like 8K, not even 4K. It's like become 8K. So it's really good. I like it. I like the new glasses. I think they look really good on me too. I've got like thick black frames now. The previous ones I had were like thin aluminum frames. So now I look even more like an Asian Asian boy, I guess. I'm late to the party, but now I'm even closer to looking like an Asian. Before I just looked dirty, now I actually look like trendy, I think. Anyways, that's my glasses episode. All right, so amazing how when I was small 720p was already in 30p, now it's 8K. You know, when I started watching YouTube, things were in 144p, and that was like amazing. Like the fact that you could watch video on demand, it was already amazing. And then it went from 140 to like 240, and it was like fine, whatever, right? It's like at the time I only understood that like some videos were like a little bit clearer than other videos, and that's great. And then 480 came out, and we're like, oh, some videos are even better now. And it wasn't until like 720 versus 420 when you're like 720 versus 480 when you're like, wow, that actually makes a big difference. I'm gonna actually start clicking 720, and like if YouTube wants to force 480 on me, no, I'm gonna click 720. And then 1080 came out, and I'm like, yeah, let's go 1080. And like 480 became like unwatchable. Even though it's not that bad, like 480 was pretty good. Considering the monitors back then were 800 by 400, 480 was already like full screen resolution. Like it was bigger than your screen. And then eventually we ended up with like 1280 by 720 monitors. And then you had to like 480 was like still acceptable, but like you preferred to watch in 720 because that would fill up the screen. And then 1080p monitors came out, and 480 became unwatchable. And now like we have 2K monitors, and like 720 is unwatchable to me now because it just looks blurry on a. If I went back down to 8x6 monitors, the 480p would actually be watchable. Godiva Letta, hello. I'm like I just started the stream. It's 12 minutes in, but I'm already on tangents about like old school YouTube back from 2006 when YouTube started in like 2005, right, or something like that. And I was watching YouTube in like 2006, but that was 480p was pretty good back then in 2006 because we were still on like the 480p era. But now that we have like 2K monitors and 4K and like 5K retina screens and stuff like that, 480p is unwatchable. It's too blurry. But if you ever like go back to 800 by 600 monitors, it was fine. It looked pretty good. So yeah, like with like 5K monitors, things become blocky if you watch like even 1080p. I have a 2K monitor myself, so I need to watch at least in 1080p because 1080p is 1/4 of my monitor. It would be very pixelated, yeah. But when you had like 800 by 600 monitors, 480p was like 2/3 of your screen, and it looked fine. It looked fine back then. Well, by modern standards back then. By standards back then, it was fine. By modern standards, like today's 2022 standards, 480p on like a 800 by 600 screen, you'd have other problems, like the web page being too big. So like imagine, actually my screen here is, I think 1080, not 1080. It's probably 1080 across and like 1080 down, like this. If you want a simulation of, if you increase this by something like 200 times, this would be like 800 by 600 almost. If you like decrease this, I think like that. This is what you'd be doing Duolingo on these days if you had a monitor that was still 800 by 600. Like you can't do anything. So web pages back then were just like made differently. Each letter was a little smaller. It wasn't like smooth font like this. It was more blocky, like Arial font, and it was just the accepted quality back then. but let's go back to like normal size. This would be like your standard 1080 kind of size. That's just how things were back then. Anyways, enough about YouTube. Let's go into Duolingo. Yeah, I used to go on tangents like so much back when I started streaming. It'd be 30 minutes to 40 minutes before I actually started streaming. But now it's like, I managed to cut down to like 15 minutes. Boss, Joshi. Otobai. Otobai is motorcycle. Kiken is danger. Doesn't mean nuclear. Joshi. Okay. Joshi.
Joshi.
Joshi. Do you guys hear this?
Joshi.
Oh, you do. That's good. Probably a bit too loud. Joshi. 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 Perfect. Hold on. Firefox is a little bit too loud for me too, so let me lower the volume for everybody. All across the board. Or maybe I'll just lower it for myself. I think my speakers are a little bit too loud anyways. Yeah. I only know by the pictures. I mean, like, if you're just starting out and learning Japanese, that's fine too. But my goal for Japanese is actually understanding and reading everything. Also, I'm not gonna use the word bank cheat. I feel like it's cheating too much. I'm gonna type it actually from memory. Yeah, I feel like the picture defeats the purpose. I mean, for a lot of people starting off, especially if you think back like way back to like when you're 2 or 3 years old and you're starting to understand how to speak for the first time. Your parents would show you picture books, and underneath the pictures would be sentences or nouns, and as a child you learn from, you know, associating words with pictures. That's just how you learn, right? Well, at least I think that's how most people learn languages, through repetition of seeing the words paired with the pictures. And that's kind of like what Duolingo is doing here by giving you pictures and words so that you can kind of start recognizing. As an adult though, I don't think that is the best studying method. For children it works, but like as you get older into adulthood, I think your learning method also changes as you grow. For me, the best way to do is by practicing over and over again. So in university, when I was studying in university, one of the things I did was keep copying notes over and over again. That was the best way for me to study. I'd make one copy of notes, and then from those copy of notes, I'd make a summary of my notes. And then from the second copy of my notes, I'd make a third copy of a summary of my notes. And each time I read the most condensed summary, I can work backwards in all of my notes versions back to the full definition. You cheat using pictures and don't remember the words. Yeah, that's because adults are like, we figured out how to cheat in some aspects of our life, and we figured out patterns and how to cheat on certain patterns, aka look at pictures and figure out how to cheat without actually learning it. For children, it's very easy for children to learn and to like memorize things, because children just have that ability. Their brains just have that ability to absorb everything. I'm gonna talk about I think you're still fairly new to my channel. Like, I think today's the first time you're watching me, but I have a degree in biology, and I work in IT. I've been working in IT for over 10 years. So I'm gonna talk in a lot of like IT and biology kind of example, and give a lot of examples in those two areas. Oh, hey Nixie, welcome home. Yeah, I think that as you grow as an adult, you need to, you start learning about different methods of studying and learning. and it's gonna be different for each person. I'm like copying notes over and over again works for me, but it doesn't work for everybody. Some people need to like practice, like verbally practice, and there are courses like that too. In my city, there's this program where my city has a lot of Japanese immigrants. So what they've done is to help Japanese immigrants feel more at home and to meet more people, meet friends and stuff. And they've come up with a program where Japanese students attend, and then you have local students attend, and they pair you up in 5-minute sessions where you just chat. So, and in the first 30 minutes, it's an hour overall. So 30 minutes in English and then 30 minutes in Japanese. So every 5 minutes you change partners, and in the first half of the hour, you're only allowed to speak English, and the next 30 minutes of the hour, you're only allowed to speak Japanese. This way, people who are interested in practicing their Japanese have a chance to practice their Japanese. Japanese immigrants, students, usually university students and stuff like that, right? They have a chance to meet people and also practice their English. I think that's a really great program. I used to go to them. I didn't find it work out really well for me because you only have 5 minutes with the person, you don't get to know them very well. B, usually in the first 5 minutes of meeting someone, all you can do is just get through like a very simple introduction, and practicing introductions all the time is great, but my skill level was already beyond that when I was in university. I started studying Japanese from when I was like around 10 years old, so I'm well beyond like basic introductions at that point, right? I need to move on. So I didn't stay that long. It was interesting to know about the program, and I definitely do recommend it to beginners, but it wasn't something for me. I was beyond that skill level. Yeah. Duolingo is not a place I recommend for people to start. I say Wadikari is probably better. If you, like, once you start learning kanji, you can, or like watching anime even, because I learned a lot of my Japanese from watching anime, reading romaji, and then like starting making connections between like the words they say. Like I started understanding anime before I even like started taking like official lessons, I think. So in high school, I had like a really good opportunity to take Japanese lessons. There's an actual high school class, Japanese high school class, where a Japanese teacher taught Japanese. That gave me like a really, really good boost. And then I continued taking Japanese all through university. But it was I think it only got me through like to like junior high, and I've kind of been stagnant since then. I've been like studying kanji and stuff. But last week, I discovered that there's this website called NHK Easy. Let me open it right now, where they give you Japanese, it's like actual legit Japanese news articles, but they give you like the cheat like manga, so like you can read manga like this or like this. It's like really, and you can turn them off too. So what I've been doing is like I've been reading through it using these they're called furigana, or like cheat whatever, right? But like I turn them off and I read them through a second time, and I try to read through it as like fluently as possible. I'll do it later in the stream. I want to weave this into my streams from now on, because I feel like this is what I needed to get my Japanese to the next level, is to be able to read newspapers. So I'll be doing that later. But for now, let's go through some Duolingo. あの女性は社長です。あの女性は社長です。The other thing I like about Duolingo is I can listen to the sentence, and then I'll try to repeat it, as well as read it. あの女性は社長です。あの女性は社長です。社長です。社長です。So this gives me like, I can practice articulating all the syllables in my mouth, because some of the Japanese syllables and combinations of syllables don't appear in the English language. So my mouth isn't very used to articulating my mouth, my lips, my tongue in the particular way that Japanese have been doing it ever since they were born. So this is really good practice. あの女性は社長です。That woman is the boss. The CEO, come on.
社長
Fine, CEO です。あの女性は社長です。Got this wrong. Oh well.
全然成功しなかった。
全然成功しなかった。全然成功しなかった。全然成功しなかった。I totally failed. I totally did not succeed. I totally... 全然 is absolutely. Absolutely not. 成功 is succeed. しなかった is didn't. Didn't achieve. 全然成功しなかった。How do you translate this? 全然 I did not pass. How do you want to translate 成功? Did not succeed. I totally did not succeed. Is that what you want?
全然
I didn't succeed. I did not succeed at all. Okay, at all. I did not succeed at all. You notice that there's no like watashi here, which is the word for I in Japanese, or boku or whatever. It's like if you don't say I in Japanese, it's implied that you're talking about yourself. And fun fact is, if you actually do say watashi in Japanese, or watashi wa, it actually sounds unnatural because it's dropped from most Japanese speech. It's understood. So if you say watashi wa zenzen seikō shinakatta, you better have like a really good reason for putting watashi at the front. Like for example, you're comparing and contrasting you and your friend. Your friend said, "I passed," and you replied to them, "I didn't pass." Then it's, you know, valid to put watashi at the front to contrast the two people. Otherwise, if you're just approaching your friend, you're starting conversation with them, you just say zenzen seikō shinakatta, and it's understood by all parties that you're talking about yourself.
彼は宿題が複雑だと思います。
彼は宿題が複雑だと思います。だと思います。彼は宿題が複雑だと思います。I sometimes wish there was no furigana at the top, or furigana was in hiragana instead of romaji. Because it's way too much of a cheat to have like this romaji at the top. 彼は宿題が複雑だと思います。複雑だと思います。彼は宿題が複雑だと思います。彼は宿題が複雑だと思います。彼は宿題が複雑だと思います。複雑。彼は宿題が複雑だと思います。複雑 is difficult, I think. Hi, Neko-chan. Welcome. 彼は宿題が複雑だと思います。宿題 is homework. 彼 is him. He thinks だと思います is thinks. He thinks homework 複雑 is difficult. They're like different words for difficult in Japanese, but 複雑 is one of them. 複雑 複雑. In Cantonese it's 複雑. In Mandarin, how do you pronounce 複雑 in Mandarin? Maybe Showa can answer that since he knows Mandarin, but 複雑 is difficult. Let's see what Duolingo thinks. Complicated, okay. He thinks the homework is complicated.
会議の時間を決めましょう。
会議の時間を決めましょう。会議の時間を決めましょう。会議の時間を決めましょう。会議 is meeting. 時間 is time. 会議の時間 is meeting time. Meeting time. 決めましょう is to decide. Let's decide. Decide on the meeting time. Yeah. Japanese can always get a big tangle. I think for all languages, that's the case. Fuja is complicated in manner. Oh, okay. Let me... If I go to Chinese and switch on my Chinese keyboard, Fuja. Scum. What's number 2? Scum. Fokja. Fokja. What if I just like... Oh, it's gone. What if I did English to Chinese? Complicated. Fuja? Is this it? Fuja? So if I switch it back around. Chinese... Fuja. Fuja. Wait, what keyboard am I typing in? Oh. Fuja. I see. Is there a difference between... Oh, wow. There's a big difference. So I studied mostly simplified Chinese growing up. And that's because my parents are ethnically Chinese from the mainland. But I grew up in North America, so I speak primarily English. My only exposure to Chinese right now is speaking with my family. But I was forced to take Mandarin classes growing up in elementary school on Saturday. So I do know, I started like the first few years studying traditional Japanese, and then my parents were like, hold on, most of the world is switching. It's like on simplified, and that's the Chinese that my parents learned growing up is simplified Chinese, so I don't understand why they started me off on complicated traditional Chinese. But I don't really mind. I would understand how to read, like, I understand the differences. I really like the compare and contrast differences between traditional Chinese and simplified Chinese. It's really interesting how this da became a 9 and a what is that in the bottom? Almost like wood, but it's not wood. Interesting.
まだ決めていません。
まだ決めていません。まだ決めていません。I have, oops, still typing in Chinese. I have not decided yet. まだ is yet. 決めて is to decide. ません is not yet. So I haven't decided yet. Traditional Chinese only used for calligraphy writing. Or you only use for calligraphy. So Taiwan and Hong Kong still use traditional Chinese. Japanese kanji sometimes is traditional, sometimes is like simplified. It's really random. But I studied a lot of my parents are from the mainland, so I know my mom mostly knows simplified Chinese, but she watches a lot of Hong Kong dramas, so like they always have traditional subtitles on their Hong Kong dramas. So my mom understands how to read traditional Chinese as well. Kaigi, what? Since when did Duolingo start doing this? What's this button? Nihongo. Oh, I like this. Kaigi. Kaigi is this one. Also, I could use the keyboard to type these now. 成功 複雑 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 Also, this is the complicated Chinese. Wait, what? There's a 9 and a mu underneath. It's different. It's what? Hold on. Wait a minute. 複雑 Why? Why is it different? Why is it different here? Oh my god. That doesn't make any. What is this? Oh, it's my Google account. It has no picture. Okay. Okay, this makes sense, but like, what? Is that a font issue or what? Is this my fonts? I don't. Why is it different? Kyuryo is this one. Meishi. What's Meishi again?
Meishi?
What's Meishi again? Hold on. Meishi. Business card. Ah, okay. Meishi. So if you guys don't know, Jisho is a very good English-Japanese dictionary. You can type English in here, Japanese in here, hiragana or katakana or kanji, it works. You can type romaji in here, it works. And I can't do it without the Jisho Picture add-on, which you can download from either the Firefox add-on store or from the Google extensions. Very useful. It teaches you how to pronounce. It follows the same style as like I don't know, almost like Chinese. You know how Mandarin and Cantonese, it's very important to get the pronunciation right, otherwise you can end up accidentally insulting people instead of praising people. Japanese pronunciation is also very important, so you don't get, accidentally say things out of context and accidentally insult people. So this is very useful for me. I think I'm still studying proper Japanese pronunciation, which I feel like is one of the most underrated things about teaching Japanese and learning Japanese, is that a lot of teachers start off with, you don't need to pronounce things correctly, just say the syllables right and you'll be understood. And that's true to some degree. Is Japanese is a very contextual language, so especially if they know that you're a foreigner learning Japanese, they'll give you a lot of leeway in mispronouncing things and give you the benefit of the doubt most of the time. But that's not my goal. My goal is not to like barely know Japanese. My goal is to have perfect Japanese. I want to have Japanese to the level where I can talk to a Japanese person on the phone and they won't even realize that I'm not Japanese. That's the level of Japanese that I want to achieve. So, yeah. Alright, we're done. That's 5 in a row, not counting the first one.
私たちはハワイで結婚することに決めた。
Oh, okay. 私たちはハワイで結婚ハワイで結婚式を What did they say?
私たちはハワイで結婚することに決めた。
あ、結婚することを決めた。
私たちは
ハワイで結婚することに決めた。私たちはハワイに結婚することに決めた。Hey, Loon. The one site that can bring chaos out of Naru, I suppose. We're still waiting for the point where I get insulted by Duolingo for having a less subpar Japanese, I guess. 名刺 is business card.
名刺
給料 is paycheck. 給料 this one.
給料
会議 is meeting. 会議
会議
成功 is success.
成功。
複雑 is 複雑 which is 複雑 which is complicated.
複雑。
私の上司は若い女性です。
私の上司は若い女性です。my boss, 上司 is boss, yeah, is 若い is a young woman. 私 is I, 上司 is boss or upper, someone who's higher ranked than you at a company. What is 若い young 女性 woman です。
質問は少し複雑です。
質問は少し複雑です。質問は少し複雑です。質問は少し複雑です。質問 is question. What is 少し little bit 複雑 complicated. The question is a little bit complicated. です。What? Come on. You should give me that. You should give me that. Come on. Question is a little complicated. The question is a little bit complicated. It's the same thing, Duolingo. Come on. My answer should be accepted. It's the same thing.
仕事に成功した。
仕事に成功した。仕事に成功した。仕事に成功した。仕事に成功した。成功した。仕事に成功した。仕事に成功した。仕事に成功した。仕事に成功した。仕事に成功した。仕事 is job. 成功 is success. I succeeded in my job, I think. I succeeded. した is past tense. Succeeded at my job? Yeah. Oh no, Naru said bit the leader's Japanese.
彼女は新しい社長になりました。
彼女は新しい社長になりました。彼女は新しい社長になりました。彼女は新しい社長になりました。彼女 is she. Oops. She. 新しい is new. 社長 is CEO. なりました is to become. Or became. ました is past tense. なりました is became. She became the new CEO. 彼女は新しい社長になりました。
本田さんは仕事で成功しました。
本田さんは仕事で成功しました。本田さんは仕事で成功しました。本田さんは仕事で成功しました。本田さんは仕事で成功しました。本田さんは仕事で成功しました。Mr. Honda succeeded at their job. See, I was trying to be as neutral as possible because I didn't know what gender Honda-san is. Whatever. At her work. In her work. Okay. It's the same thing, to be honest.
新しい上司はとても話しやすいです。
新しい上司はとても話しやすいです。新しい上司はとても話しやすいです。新しい上司はとても話しやすいです。新しい上司はとても話しやすいです。新しい is new. 上司 is boss. とても is very. 話しやすい means easy to talk to. です。The new boss is very easy to talk to.
学生っぽく見えるけど、彼は会社の社長なんです。
Wow. 学生っぽく見えるけど、彼は会社の 社長なんです。学生っぽく見えるけど、彼は会社の社長です。社長なんです。学生っぽく見えるけど、彼は会社の社長なんです。Duolingo is like a very strict teacher. It's not like a very strict teacher, it's just like, I mean, I guess you could define it as a very strict. There's only like one answer per question. And that's because I'm at a sort of later stage of Duolingo where most people never get to see. If you go back to level 1 in Duolingo, you'll see a lot of like different answers get accepted because there's a lot more people who do level 1 and can critique, hey, I think my answer should be accepted in this way. It's the exact same sentence as saying it that way in English. This one Japanese sentence can translate to these 10 identical English sentences, right? These 10 different English sentences that actually mean the exact same thing. So just because the earlier lessons have more visibility and have more people doing it means that the answers for the level 1 questions are more fleshed out. There are more people checking the answers and improving the answers. Whereas at the level that I'm at, I'm probably one of the few people who actually get this far. So there are very few people who can go like, hey, I believe my answer should also be accepted. It's also an acceptable way of translating this Japanese sentence in English. Dark web, dark Duolingo. Dark Duolingo. Anyway. 学生っぽく見えるけど、彼は会社の社長なんです。学生っぽく見えるけど、彼は会社の社長なんです。学生っぽく is 学生 is student, a student. ぽく after, when you put ぽく after a noun, it says looks like a, appears to be. So looks like a student. 学生っぽく見えるけど、彼は he is 会社の社長なんです。He is the CEO of the company. Even though he looks like a student, he's actually the CEO of a company. What is this, a Korean manhwa? Korean manhwas are like famous for the super rich CEO, 20-year-old CEO, and then like the really dumb, has nothing, really unlucky, but really attractive female heroine. And then like for some reason they get together. Some reason, by chance, by pure luck, she trips on the ground right in front of him, and then he reaches out and like helps her back on her feet. Or like her heels break, she trips on the ground, her knee starts bleeding, and he happens to be like, oh no, I can make it even more ridiculous. Okay. She's at the company ready to take a job interview at this company. He shows up at the company front doors open, and she's like slightly late for, like almost late for her interview. So she's running, right? She's running down the street. And then his limo stops in front of his company. He opens the door, which then she slams into, and then she breaks her heel, rips her dress, her pantyhose is torn up. She scrapes her knee on the ground. She gets up, she smacks her head into the door, and then he steps out of the car and be like, who the hell are you? And he's like, I'm so sorry. And then he reaches out and helps her up off the ground. Is like, I'm really sorry. Here's my business card. Let me know how I can compensate you, right? He's like, I'll buy you a whole new outfit. Just contact my secretary, right? And she'll be able to reimburse you whatever hospital fees, whatever clothing damages, whatever damages. You could like whatever, like ask her for anything, right? And then she's like, thank you. And like she's like looking, I was like, who the hell is that young guy, right? She's like, who the hell is this young guy? But like she has an interview to run for because she's broke AF. She's broken. She has nothing in the bank. She's been surviving on like rice and mayonnaise for the last week. So she needs this job. So she goes into the interview, right? She goes into the interview. She walks up to the front counter. The secretary at the front counter is like, who the hell is this lady? And why does she look so like, why does she look like she just came out of like the zoo? Right? And like, okay, whatever, right? She's like, she got judged by the secretary. Secretary is like, who is this like shit show who just walked in? She's never gonna get the job, right? She's never gonna get the job. And then she walks into the interview room, and then it turns out her interviewer is the CEO who stepped out of the limo, and she's like, oh my god. And he's like, whoa, what the hell? And then they have an interview, an interesting conversation, and then turns out like normally the CEO wouldn't interview for like a random employee, but it happens that the position he wants to fill is like his personal secretary or something, right? So like she gets hired because like she's the most qualified for the job or blah blah blah, right? Or like he sees like, oh, her personality is actually like kind of cute or whatever, so it's like, I'll hire her. Like if I don't like her in a week, I'll just fire her, right? And like he has like a reputation of having like a huge temper, and that's why like no secretary ever lasted more than a month at their job as his secretary, right? So like she gets hired, right? The next day is her first day at the job, and she sits down at the counter, and he throws down like a whole bunch of like textbooks in front of her. He's like, these are the company procedures, memorize everything. Also, you have to like keep on top of my schedule, and like I have a meeting later today, you have to come with me, a lunch party or whatever, like make sure you look presentable, right? And she shows up in like the tackiest kind of clothing ever, and he's like, no. And then they go shopping for like extra clothing before the lunch thing with his business partner. And then like he buys her like a whole new outfit, like a whole new wardrobe, like everything. He buys her like 10 outfits. He's like, here's 10 outfits, you gotta look presentable every day, right? And then she's like, oh my goodness, like this is like, after the first day of work, she's like dead tired, and she's like, this is the worst job I've ever had, I'm gonna quit in like 2 days. But like she managed to like tough it out for a month, and then like their feelings start developing for each other, and then like, oh, they start having dinner together, and like, oh, he gets drunk at after party, and then like she has to carry him home, and then she sees a cute side of him, and she's like, okay, he's probably not so bad after all. Like, oh, look at his mansion, oh, he's got like some really fancy stuff. And then she bumps into his ex or something, and then like she starts like getting curious about his ex, and then his ex is trying to get back together with him too, and she happens to be like the rich daughter of some rival company as well. And she's like, he's never gonna choose me over her. And then yeah, I digress. How long did I rant for about Korean dramas? Did I not just describe literally every single Korean drama out there? I was watching this Korean drama, literally this one that I described. Who was I watching this with? I can't remember. Who the hell was I watching this Korean drama with? I don't remember anymore. Anyways, I was watching a Korean drama with someone like a few weeks ago, and it literally went like this. You've read way too much. Yeah, I've read a lot of Korean dramas. My favorite one still so far, like the most memorable one, is Cheese in the Trap. That's still my like favorite one, I think. Cheese in the Trap. It's pretty famous too. Like still, it's pretty popular. Chinese drama, similar storylines. So Chinese dramas always after. So in the early 2000s, I remember watching Chinese dramas in the 90s with my mom, and there's like God I Fun Hei and like other stuff. God I Fun Hei had like 3 or 4 seasons and stuff. I watched a lot of that. You have to go read or watch Cheese in the Trap. It's pretty good. So like after God I Fun Hei, there's like this whole and it's still ongoing, this trend of police dramas where like where like it always starts up with like, oh, there's like this couple, and then they're both cops in the same police department, and they're chasing like bad guys, but turns out the boyfriend was like a double agent, so he's actually like he's actually the bad guy, and he's been leaking info of the police info over to like the bad guys. And it turns out the girl was also a double agent or something, and she's actually working for the bad guys, but no, working for the good guys. And it turns out the bad guy was also, the boss of the bad guys was also a double agent. He was like working for the police, but he made it to ways to, like, the police wasn't suiting his, like, he couldn't deal justice on the bad guys by being a good cop, so he became a bad guy so that he can reform crime from within. But then while he was trying to reform crime, he got caught by the police, and then he got shot dead. And then that made like the police guys all like go like, wow, what is justice really? Like, oh my goodness. And then in the middle of that, there's like all this drama, people dating each other inside the police department, and like switching boyfriends and girlfriends, and then there's like usually cheating involved as well. It's like, and that's still happening. They're still doing this police trend. Oh yeah, so that's Hong Kong drama. I guess technically the Mandarin dramas are different. Mandarin dramas right now are at, I believe they're doing medieval stuff. So like the Warring Kingdoms, where people do a lot of martial arts and kung fu and stuff. If you think like Monkey King kind of stuff, sort of like that. But more like, you always have like the pretty prince guy, and then you have like the girl, is she a princess or like a servant girl? And then like everybody has to have like superpowers. There's always a guide with like swords, and then there's always like a girl martial arts with like hidden blades, hidden knives, and then everyone can fly through the air, and some people can control thunder and stuff. Yeah, and like the guy always has to be like super attractive, like super attractive, like so attractive that he has no rival. Or like there'll be like one or two guys like that. I haven't watched very many like those kind of dramas. I know some of my friends, especially the Chinese female friends, they're really into that because of the cute guys. Not because the story is good, but just because the guys are cute. I never really got into it. The kind of like martial arts dramas that I like to watch are closer to like the stuff that my grandfather might watch, the thing from the 90s. But I don't really watch them. If I watch martial arts, I usually watch Jackie Chan. Or one of my favorite ones, I still remember this from my childhood because I watched it on TV with my mom and my grandfather. I watched Monkey King. Okay, but that was like the Hong Kong version, I think. It was all in Cantonese. That was really funny. It's like a comedy more than martial arts. Yeah. 学生っぽく見えるけど、彼は会社の社長なんです。Even though he looks like a student, he is actually the company's CEO. Company president. Oh, he looks... Whatever. Oh, did I send you a Monkey King video once? Probably. この本は複雑でよくわかりません。この本は複雑でhuh?
この本は複雑でよくわかりません。
Oh, okay. この本は複雑でよくわかりません。This book. この本は複雑でこの本は複雑でよくわかりません。This book is difficult. It's complicated. I don't really understand it. I do not understand it. Ah, yoku. Yoku means well.
よく
I do not answer. I mean, yoku could be... You wouldn't say I do not understand it well. In colloquial English, you'd say I don't really understand it. Whatever.
あの女性は社長です。
あの女性は社長です。That woman is the CEO.
質問は少し複雑です。
The question is a little complicated. Not a little bit complicated, a little complicated.
本田さんは仕事で成功しました。
Miss Honda, what was it? 本田さんは仕事で成功しました。Miss Honda was successful in her work. What? Succeeded in... Oh my goodness.
学生っぽく見えるけど、彼は会社の社長なんで
He
す。
looks like a student, but he is the company president.
この本は複雑でよ
This
くわかりま
book
せん。
is complicated. I do not understand it well. What? And who cares?
本田さんは仕事で成功しました。
Miss Honda succeeded like I did in her work.
この本は複雑で
This
よくわか
book
りません。
is complicated, comma, and I do not understand it well, like I don't understand this question very well. Jeez. English, right? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares about the and? 大丈夫です means no
書類
problem. What's this?
書類、
書類? What is this? What is 書類? Of documents, official papers. 書類? 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 書類?
通訳、
通訳? 通訳 is translate. Oh, interpret. カオさん、通訳。通訳。通訳。通訳。通訳。通訳。
書類、
書類。
書類、
書類 is official document. 通訳 is interpreter or interpret orally.
大切なファイルはどこにありますか？
大切なファイルはどこにありますか？大切なファイルはどこにありますか？大切なファイルはどこにありますか？ Where is the important file? 大切 is important. ファイル is file. どこ is where. ありますか exists. So where is the important file?
通訳になりたいです。
通訳になりたいです。通訳 is translator or interpreter. なりたい is want to become. です。I want to become an interpreter. I once thought about having a career in interpreting Chinese and Japanese. Never got good at either during that time, so that went down the drain. But I really like my IT job, so it's fine. I'm so excited I baked you a cake and exploded on him. Evil owl. This is the face of evil, the embodiment of evil.
通訳、
Speaking of cakes, my birthday is coming up in like 2 weeks. 書
書
類。
類、通訳、
Oh, 通
通
訳。
訳、
顔を上げられなかった。
顔を上げられなかった。顔を上げられなかった。顔を上げられなかった。顔を上げられなかった。顔を上げられなかった。What does translate this? 顔 is face. 上げられ、上げる is to raise, right? Raise. 上げられなかった means could not raise. I could not raise my face, but kao in this context kind of means head. Like someone's bowing, but they couldn't unbow. Like they felt so bad, or they felt so underneath the other person that they had to keep their head down. Or like, you know how you felt so embarrassed that you just stared at the ground the whole time? That's kind of like what it means. But let's see if... Okay, let's check. Okay. I'm glad Duolingo accepted this answer because it's a transliteration. But the translation of this is I couldn't raise my head. I was so embarrassed that I couldn't raise my head. That's like the translation of the sentence. This like... In English, if you said this to an English person who did not know Asian culture, they would be like, what the heck are you talking about?
上司は頭を下げた。
上司は頭を下げた。上司は頭を下げた。Wait, what? This sentence doesn't make sense. Actually, I guess it kind of makes sense. Okay, yeah, it does make sense. In certain contexts, it does. 上司は頭を下げた。So Joshi is boss, Atama is head, Sageta is lowered. So basically, my boss lowered their head in a bow. Lowered their head. Bowed her head.
下げた。
Lowered. I just forgot the... I also wonder if I can say there instead of her. By word. 書類 is this one. This is 名詞 is business card. This is 会議 which is business meeting. This is 通訳 which is translator.
この書類を片付けてください。
この書類を片付けてください。片付けてください。この書類を片付けてください。片付けて。How do you pronounce this? I know what it is. It means to clean up. 片付けて。whatever. Clean. 清潔、きれい。片付けてください。Am I typing it wrong? 片付けてください。片付ける。片付ける。There we are. 硬い bigger. Support. What? 片付ける。片付く。Wait. 片付ける。What's the base form of 片付ける? To clean, right?
片付けて。
Tidy up. To clean up. To tidy. There we are. 片付ける. How come it didn't show up the first time? 片付ける. Where is it? Duolingo, not Duolingo. Jisho, what? You failed me for the first time ever. For the first time ever. Oh my god. 片付ける、片付けない、片付けます、片付けません、片付けた、片付けなかった、片付けました、片付けませんでした、片付けて、片付けなくて、片付けなくて、片付けられる、片付けられない、片付けられる、片付けられない、片付けせる、片付けさせる、片付けさせる、片付けさせない、片付けさせられる、片付けさせられない、片付ける、 片付けろ。片付けるな。Daniel Erickson, 片付け is usually a noun. Is it? Jisho is tired of Duolingo's BS. It is. Should I just type 片付け? Oh. There it is. 片付け、片付け。Oh, I know why. It's this one. 片付け. It's DU, not TU, because it's Su with the 2 dots. So the T transforms to D. 片付け. The pronunciation is the same, but Japanese actually does make a distinction in the Romaji. And also the hiragana. I've been spelling it wrong, that's why. 片付ける. So basically, I've been typing it this way, but the alternative is this way, which it's up to you stylistically which one you want to type. I used to type it this way, but now I type it this way, just because I'm lazy. It saves me 1 extra keystroke. Alternatively, you can type it this way. Or not alternatively. This one is Z. And then this one is also Z. Pronounced the same, spelled differently. Eh, この書類を片付けてください. Please tidy up these documents. この this
この
書類 is document, 片付け is clean up, ください is please.
ここにハンコを押してください。
ここにハンコを押してください。ここにハンコを押してください。ここ is here. ハンコ is something Western world. Probably people not from Asia probably don't know. Hanko is a stamp. Basically, instead of signatures, Asian countries like to stamp things. That's largely gone out of style now. Even China does signatures now. But Japan is one of the few places that still value stamping. And it's really ironic because the stamps can be bought for $1. So you can you can request, you don't need proof to create a stamp or to buy a stamp, to purchase one with your signature. You could just say, I want a stamp with this signature on it, and then you get it for $1. So it makes forging signatures so easy because you could just buy it out of the dollar store. It's so easy. Of course, like the banks and stuff will compare your hanko with like your past hanko to make sure you're not like it's different, to make sure it's not different. If you ever change your hanko, it becomes like a huge issue with paperwork because like all your old paperwork becomes invalidated, or like you can never change them again or something like that. But I don't know, whatever. That's just the way they do things. ここにハンコを押してください。押してください means please push it here. So please stamp here. Please stamp here. Please stamp your personal seal here. Okay, fine, whatever. I guess I want to translate this as personal seal. 30. Hanko. Why is it 30? 通訳。
通訳
名詞 is business card.
名詞
書類 is document. This
書
one.
類
成功 is success.
成功
複雑 is complicated.
複雑
通訳 is interpreter.
通訳彼は頭を上げた
彼は頭を上げた. I think?
彼は頭を上げた
Yeah. He raised his head. 彼は頭を head 上げた raised 複雑 is complicated 書類 is
書
documents
類
給料 is paycheck
給料
名詞 is business
名
card
詞
通訳 is
通
interpreter
訳
ファイルを忘れましたか？
ファイルを忘れましたかファイルを忘れましたか File ファイル is file 忘れ is to forget forget ましたか is past tense of forget so 忘れましたか is forgot and then the ka at the end is question mark did you forget your file did you forget the file
日本語から中国語に通訳した
日本語から中国語に通訳した日本語から中国語に通訳した日本語から中国語に通訳した日本語から中国語に通訳した日本語から中国語に通訳した日本語から中国語に通訳した日本語から中国語に通訳した日本語から中国語に通訳した日本語から中国語に通訳した日本語から from Japanese 日本語から中国語に to Chinese 通訳 translated I translated Japanese from Japanese to Chinese translated translated at least I got it right
上司は頭を下げた。
what was this again the boss lowered her or bowed her head
ここにハンコを押してください。
please stamp your personal seal here there you are okay one more work and I'm going to go to education わかりません means I don't understand office 危険 is danger 船 is boat 事務所 is office also they've got an iMac on the table I know it's an iMac even though it's not a logo because we have a bunch of these at work 事務所 Is it 事務所 or is it 事務所 I think it's 事務所 Oh, I've been pronouncing it wrong. I've always been saying 事務所
話を続けてください。
話を続けて話を続けてください話を続けてください話 is conversation 続けて means continue ください is please continue the conversation 話を続けてください
今日は残業する
今日は残業する残業 is overtime which a lot of Japanese people do. It's very common work culture is 残業今日は today 残業する I will work overtime today
どうぞ2階へ上がってください。
どうぞ2階へ上がってくださいどうぞ2階へ上がってくださいどうぞ2階へ上がってください Please どうぞ means go ahead or please ください is also please it's like double please in the sentence どうぞ2階 is second floor 上がって is to go up please go to the please 上がって please climb to the second floor please go to the second floor there
給料が上がりました。
給料が上がりました給料 is paycheck or salary actually I think Duolingo prefers you use the word salary rather than paycheck salary が上がりました went up. My salary went up. 給料が上がりました。
私は一人で踊り続ける。
OK 私は一人で踊り続ける私は一人で踊り続ける踊り続ける踊り続ける踊り続ける続ける踊り続ける踊り is to dance 続ける is to continue so 踊り続ける is continue to dance 一人 is alone 私は is I continue to dance alone I continue to dance alone 私は一人で続ける私は一人で踊り続ける私は一人で踊り続ける which is kind of sad but whatever
値段が上がりました
値段が上がりました What's 値段 again? I learned this last time 値段 was price 値段 is price Oh, you know where I learned 値段? It was from NewsWebEasy Cause we were talking about how Japanese prices were 値段が上がっていないなんとかなんとかのスーパーでもう半年で値段が上がってないそうです上がってないそうです Yeah. So like for half a year a few supermarkets in Japan have frozen their grocery prices and not only that they've allowed customers to pay whatever they want however little as they want however much as they want on their grocery bills which I think is a huge deal for a grocery company who makes money by selling groceries. But their reasoning is that they want to do their part for the pandemic and for families who have a hard time earning an income during the pandemic. So they've either frozen their prices or allowed the customer to pay however low a price that they can afford on the bill. Yeah, if you watch my last stream from last week when I did Wanikani, at the end of my stream I was reading these articles and I was mind blown. Actually, if I go 前の日 if I go 7 days back 外国人星の形ウクライナなんとかなんとか漫画かコロナ本屋漫画ウクライナ There's a lot of Ukraine news here 気温 That's weather 使い終わったウクライナコロナWhen was my last stream again? What day was 7 days ago? 7 days ago was April 3rd. Okay, so this is April 4th. April 3rd. 自分は大人 Okay, I recognize this article. I read this. サッカーのワールドカップ World FIFA? Or something? 日本で育ったミャンマー人Oh, 牛の肉の Oh, this is about lab-grown meats. 18歳から大人大きなスーパー Oh, this one. 大きなスーパー会社のブランドの品物は値段 This is 値段 Oops, wrong tab. 値段を上げない Large supermarket companies on their own grocery brands do not raise their prices. So large supermarket companies basically froze the prices of their own products, their own branded products. Maybe I'll just randomly read this. 4月から 食料品 right? 食料品や生活が必要なものの値段が上がっています。Since April, the prices of groceries and daily necessities has gone up. ロシアがウクライナにThis is an attack. 攻撃を受けているため、これからもっと上げる心配もあります。Because of the attack on Ukraine from Russia, there's concern that prices will continue to go up. スーパーの西友 No. What? How do you pronounce this again? 声優は自分の会社のブランドで売っている食料品などHow do you pronounce it? 1200 I want to pronounce this with a Japanese accent. スーパーの声優は自分の会社のブランドで売っている食料品など1200品物の値段を今年6月まで上げないと決めました。So this supermarket called Seiyu has promised to freeze the prices of their name brand groceries and daily and 1,200 other items. Has promised to freeze the prices. この会社は来年この会社は来年から300以上ある、全部の店で客が自分で、計算して This is 計算 right? Yeah, it's 計算してお金を拾うレジを使っています。This company, starting from next year, this company will install この会社は来年から No, sorry, not 来年、去年からこの会社は去年から300以上ある全部の店で So starting from last year, across all 300 plus of its stores, 客が自分で計算しているお金拾うレジを使っています。Has been using self-serve kiosks, like payment kiosks. You know how like a lot of grocery stores are installing those self-serve cashier registers? That's what they've installed across 300 of their stores across the country. 店員 No, is this 店員店員を少しなくて店員を少なくして店にかかるお金を少なくしたため同じ値段を売ることができると言っています。So, by staffing as few people as they need at the stores, they can save on a lot of operating costs and therefore keep prices low. 声優の人はお客さんの生活が大変だと思うので、店も努力したいですと話していました。The company Seiyu says, because we know that the customers' daily lives are difficult right now, so we as a store also want to put in our fair share of the work, or like do our part, right? They said 別のスーパーイオンも another supermarket called Eon 自分の会社のブランドを売っている食料品など5000の品物を値段を6月まで上げないと言っています。So this other supermarket called Eon is doing the same thing. They're freezing the prices on their brand name, on their personal, on their like own store brand, groceries, as well as 500 other items until at least June. So that's what they're doing. So not only are they freezing the prices, but they're also allowing their customers to pay whatever they can afford on their bills. Yeah. So that's mad respect for these stores. Where like in the West, where we're like super capitalistic, where like stores will try to milk every penny out of you. Japan has showed compassion towards their customers and goes like we don't care about the profit, we actually care more about the customers. So big props to these guys. It's like something you'd never hear about from like a Western store. 値段が上がりました。The price went up. Prince. The price went up.
電車が来るので少し後ろに下がってください。
電車が来るので少し後ろに下がってください。電車が来るので少し後ろに下がってください。少し後ろに下がってください。下がってください。少し後ろに下がってください。電車が来るので少し後ろに下がってください。電車が来るので少し後ろに下がってください。電車 is train. 来るので来る is to come. ので is because. Or so. The train is coming. So 少し is a little bit. 後ろ is behind. 下がって is to retreat. ください is please. Please retreat a little towards back. Please step back. 少し a little. Yeah, there you are.
値段が下がりました。
値段が下がりました。値段 is price. 下がり is to lower. ました is past tense. The price lowered. The price went down? Yeah, there you are.
野菜の値段が下がった。
野菜 is vegetable. 野菜の値段が下がった。The price of vegetables went down. 10 in a row. Wow. 通訳 is translator.
通訳
続け is to continue. I learned this from anime actually, because whenever you watch the end of the anime, they always go like 次へ続く or something, to be continued, right? So they always use this word.
続け
名詞 is business card. 会議 is business meeting. 複雑 is complicated.
複雑
仕事が続けられなかった。
Oh. 仕事が続けなかった。
仕事が続けられなかった。
Oh, 続けられなかった。
仕事が続けられなかった。
仕事が続けられなかった。仕事が続けられなかった。仕事が続けられなかった。仕事が続けられなかった。続けられなかった。続けられなかった。続けられなかった。続けられなかった。続けられなかった。続けられなかった。仕事が続けられなかった。仕事が続けられなかった。Who uses this sentence anyway? I couldn't continue my work is what this sentence means. I couldn't continue my job. I couldn't continue my work.
彼は事務所にいます。
彼は事務所にいます。事務所。彼は事務所にいます。彼は事務所にいます。He is at the 事務所 is company, like the place. Office. Come on, that's the same difference. He is at the office.
明日は残業しますか？
明日は残業しますか？明日 is tomorrow. 残業 is overtime. しますか is will you do it? Will you be doing overtime tomorrow? 明日は残業しますか？ Will you work same different. Same
事
different.
務所で昼ご飯を食べています。
事務所で昼ご飯を食べています。事務所で昼ご飯を食べています。事務所で昼ご飯を食べています。事務所で昼ご飯を食べています。事務所で昼ご飯を食べています。I am eating. 事務所 office 昼ご飯 lunch 食べています。食べ is to eat. ています means ing is the ing of Japanese, so eating. So I am eating lunch at the office. 事務所で昼ご飯を食べています。
また石油の値段が上がっている。
Wow, that's really real. また石油の値段は上がっている。石油 is oil or gas, like petrol, oil. 値段 is price. 上がっている means rose. So また is again. So the price of gas or oil rose again. また石油の値段が上がっている。This is like really recent. Like gas prices have been rising all over the world for like the past year. また石油の値段が上がっている。また石油の値段が上がっている。The price of oil went up again. Come on, same different. Rising again. I mean, 上がっている means ing, so you're supposed to technically put ing in the sentence. So, sure.
忙しい時は残業します。
忙しい時は残業します。忙しい時は残業します。忙しい時は残業します。忙しい時は残業します。忙しい時は残業します。When 忙しい is busy, 時 is time, 残業 is overtime, します is do. I work overtime when it's busy. I work overtime when it's busy.
彼は事務所にいます。
He is at the office. 彼は事務所にいます。
明日は残業しますか？
明日は残業しますか？ Will you work overtime tomorrow?
また石油の値段が上がっている。
The price of oil is rising again. また石油の値段が上がっている。There we go. So we're going to education.
準備
Junbi. I've never really seen the kanji for Junbi. In Cantonese, Junbei. In Mandarin, it's probably Junbei. I think Junbei. Is it the same kanji in Mandarin? Junbei, yeah, Junbei. So same writing, same way to write it. Simplified is slightly different. The top part, and then I don't know what the heck they did there. Junbei. Junbi. medical science 医学生徒文学 is arts 生徒 is student 医学 is medical med student no med school 医学 This is the word for medical and this is the word for school. This is also the word you use in doctor. Isha is starts with this one.
準備
Junbi. Literature.
文学
Bungaku. Chiri is geography. Chiri is geography.
準備ができています。
Junbi ga dekite imasu. I have finished preparing. Junbi is preparations. Dekite imasu is dikte is finish or done. Imasu is
準備ができています。
dekite imasu. How do you translate it? Dekite imasu means like I'm finished, but it's also ing. Like I'm finished and still finished. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm done preparing. I am prepared. Yes, there you are. That's a better translation. Junbi.
準備
What is this one? This is socials, I think.
歴史
Oh no, sorry. Rekishi is history. Rekishi. This one is. What is this? Seito is student.
試験
Oh, shiken is test, exam. Shiken.
準備
Junbi.
面白い小説を読んだ。
Omoshiroi shousetsu yonda. Omoshiroi is interesting. Shousetsu is novel. Or light novel. Yonda is read. Like the past tense of to read. I've read. I read an interesting light novel. 面白い小説を読んだ. Ah! Sure, but what?
小説
Let's see what other people wrote in novels. 小説. Come on, load, Duolingo, load. It didn't load. It's loading. Is it a normal novel or light novel? Technically, it could be both light novel. La nobe. Light novel. So maybe a normal novel is more likely. このスバはとてもよろしい I think このスバ is very interesting. This guy obviously didn't get the joke. このスバ is an anime. How would you say I read some interesting novels? I thought that's what I meant, but not accepted. Doesn't accept he read an interesting novel either, even though his subject is satisfied. いいね It's just a response to the statement. Got this wrong because I was watching a redo of Healer. I clicked the adult tongue. What? I don't understand. 面白い小説が読んだ. I read an interesting novel. Light novel. Whatever.
科学の講義を出席した。
What the heck? 科学の講義を出席した. I don't know what 講義 is. I don't know what 出席
した。
出席 attendance. Oh. 講義 講義 is lecture, isn't it? 講義 lecture. Yeah, 講義 is lecture. We did do this. 出席 attended した。科学の講義を出席した。科学 is chemistry lecture. 科学の講義 chemistry lecture attended. I attended a chemistry lecture. 科学の講義を出席した. Oh, science lecture. What's chemistry again? It's also kagaku, isn't it? That's why I get so confused. Yeah, so kagaku can be chemistry, but it has to be written like this. I don't understand why I can't like get it in my head that chemistry is faho, right? And in Chinese I do, but like in Japanese I don't. Why'd you wake up at the word sign? Kagaku. Kagaku. Faho. Faho. Kagaku can also mean science. What is this word in Chinese? Oh. Division. That doesn't help. I just don't understand this word. How do you know I was sleeping in the first? Because you always fall asleep around this point. I'm used to it now. I know you fall asleep around this point. Shiken is exam. Junbi is preparation.
Junbi?
Uke is to take. Ukeru. Seiseki is grades.
成績
Teishutsu. What's teishutsu again? Teishutsu. Presentation, right? Teishutsu. Good thing or bad thing? I don't know. It's whatever you make of it. If you need to sleep, then go to sleep.
提出
Bungaku. Literature. Well, what's the point of this?
朝ごはんの準備ができましたよ。
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 朝ごはんの準備ができましたよ。I finished preparing breakfast. 朝ごはん is breakfast. 準備 is prepare. できましたよ is finished or done. Making great progress? I guess it's okay progress. I wouldn't say it's great progress. It's okay progress. 明日は新聞を読んだ。昨日は新聞を読んだ。新聞 is newspaper. 読んだ is read. 昨日 is yesterday. So I read yesterday's newspaper. I read the newspaper yesterday. Whatever. Bet you haven't seen sleep schedule as messed up as mine. Your sleep schedule is pretty weird. You sleep in the mornings to afternoons and then you stay up like all night. Aren't you on the harder parts of it? It is the harder parts of Duolingo, but I don't know if I'm learning too much from Duolingo right now. I'm just like learning how not to get things wrong. But I'm not learning like... I don't feel like I'm learning too much. Or as much as I could probably get out of it normally.
姉は医学の学生です。
姉は医学の学生です。My older sister is a med student, medical student. Ane is older sister. 医学 is med school or med field. 学生 is student です。
一緒に授業を出席しました。
一緒に授業を出席しました。一緒に授業を出席しました。一緒 is together. We went together. 授業 is class. 出席 is attended. しました。did. We attended class together. 一緒に授業を出席しました。Yeah, I'm just learning how not to piss off Duolingo. I'm not learning much else. 兄は日本の、文学を専攻しています。専攻 is majored in. しています is majoring in. 文学 is literature. 日本 is Japanese. 日本の文学 is Japanese literature. Ani is older brother. So my older brother is majoring in Japanese literature. 兄は日本の文学を専攻しています。兄は日本の文学を専攻しています。Stay have a night is fun. Oh, I see. Basically getting used to doing. Yeah. This bed is too. Write this in Japanese. Ooh, turn the tables on. This bed is too soft for me. このベッドは私に Oops. 私に What's too soft? 弱すぎる弱すぎますこのベッドは私には柔らかRight, soft is 柔らかい柔らかすぎます柔らかすぎます Otherwise, aside from the adjective, I got the rest of the sentence correct. Aside from the には
テストの準備はできている。
テストの準備ができている I still don't understand exactly where to use には versus に I feel like I had this conversation before where like it's almost interchangeable but there are like specific situations in Japanese where you must use には instead of just に but for the most part even Japanese people get に versus には incorrect so it doesn't matter テストの準備ができている I am prepared for the test テストの準備ができている
昨日医学の授業に出席しましたか
昨日医学の授業に出席しましたか昨日医学の授業に出席しましたか昨日医学の授業に出席しましたか Yesterday, did you attend medical class? I know this sounds weird, awkward, but did you attend med class yesterday?
面白い小説を読んだ。
What is this again? I read an interesting novel. 面白い小説を読んだ。
科学の講義を出席した。
科学の講義を出席した。I attended science lecture. I attended a science lecture? Yeah, okay.
昨日は新聞を読んだ。
I read the newspaper yesterday. 昨日は新聞を読んだ。This bed, oh yeah. このベッドは私に柔らすぎる柔らすぎるこのベッドは私にはOkay, I forgot the には、柔らかすぎる Oh, 柔らかすぎる I wrote 柔らすぎる Okay, so let's try without the にはこのベッドは私に柔らかすぎる Okay, so it doesn't need the には私に柔らかすぎる Wow, good pronounce 発音いいねThank you, WeFit トレーニーなぜトレー トレーナーじゃなくてトレーン。But thank you for joining me with WeFit trainee instead of WeFit trainer. Not a trainer, but a trainee. The person being trained.
頑張り。
頑張り。頑張り。頑張り。頑張り means to like try. It's a yoga pose. Okay.
頑張ってください。
頑張ってください. Please try hard or something like that. 頑張ってください. This is like a phrase. Please try hard? Please try your best. Please do your best. Okay, whatever. Please do your best.
頑張り。
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 頑張りましょう。
頑張りましょう. Let's try our best.
彼女は試験に合格した。
彼女は試験に合格した。彼女は試験に合格した。合格した。彼女は試験に合格した。彼女は試験に合格した。彼女は試験に合格した。彼女は試験に合格した。彼女は試験に合格した。She passed the test. 彼女は her or she. 試験 is exam or test. 合格 means to like pass. した is past tense. So she passed the test. Yeah. 頑張り。This is 準備 which is prepared. This is no. 生徒 is student. What is this again? 提出 What's 提出 again? I looked this up early. Oh, presentation. 提出 is present.
日本語は独学です。
日本語は独学です。What's 独学？独学は何ですか？ Poison class? 毒 is poison, isn't it? And then 学 is study. 日本語は独学で。日本語 is Japanese, so it doesn't make sense that Japanese is poison class. 独学 Self-introduction. Oh. Self-study. 日本語は独学です。Quite literally what we're doing right now. Japanese is self-taught. Oh, my Japanese is self-taught. Obviously not. Thanks, Duolingo. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this and then post on Twitter. Duolingo is making fun of me again. 教育 What's 教育? I know it's this one. What's 教育? Education, right? There was a lesson earlier when I did this 2 weeks ago where the guy was saying that his son went overseas to get an education or went to Japan to get an education. 教育 頑張り to try hard. 提出 what is it again? 提出 presentation. 生徒 is student. 講義 What's 講義 again? 講義 Nice Duolingo is trolling you. Get a coffee for this. 講義 is lecture, isn't it? 講義 is lecture. Yeah, lecture. 講義
彼女の歌は独学です。
彼女の歌は独学です。彼女の歌は独学です。彼女の歌は
独学です。
独学です。彼女 is her. 歌 is song. is 独学 is self-taught. Or I think what it means in this case, she taught herself how to sing. Her singing is self-taught. 独学 is from 独立で学部講義 is 教えて something. How do you, what's the pronunciation of this? Oh, that's not that's no, how do you pronounce that? What is that word?
はい、頑張ります。
Hitori. Oh, hitori. But it's different from single alone. Hitori. Hitori. Oh my goodness, it's an N1. It's an N1 word. 教えて something 出る。育てる。to raise. 教えて育てる。分析 Is that 分析? No, probably not. How do you read that word? How do you write that word? Oh my goodness, it's so tiny. Is it this word? Oh shit. Is it this word? Oh, I did it wrong, but whatever. Close enough. What is it? 分解 disassembly. 分解するとsomething 安い言葉もあります。全提の漢字がそうとは something でいませんかYou know what? I just realized I could probably just copy pasta this. I don't know why I haven't been doing it. Sozo to imagine. Sozo しやすい言葉もあります。前提の漢字がそうとは something にいませんか線が限りませんがすべての漢字すべて独学一人で学部学ぶ一人で学ぶ learning by yourself. That's where 独学 kanji comes from. What was this word again? 教育 education 教育教えて育てる So to teach and to raise 教えて育てる 分 something する。分析。Can you close this? 分析 analysis 分析すると想像やすい言葉もあります。If you 分析すると想像やすい言葉もあります。If you split up the words into its individual components, it's really easy to understand and imagine these kanji combinations or these phrases. すべての漢字がそうとは限りませんが Some kanji is easy to imagine as meanings when it's broken down, yeah. Right. Thank you for explaining that. はい、頑張ります。Yes, I will try hard to understand Japanese. Oh my god. I will try hard. I'll do my best.
合格おめでとう。
合格おめでとう。Congratulations. You passed. On passing. Oh my goodness.
独学で日本語を勉強しています。
独学で日本語を勉強しています。I am studying Japanese. I'm self-teaching Japanese. I'm teaching myself Japanese. I'm studying Japanese by myself. I'm self-teaching Japanese. I don't know. I'm studying Japanese by myself. Studying Japanese by myself. I don't know. Learning Japanese through self. How are you supposed to translate this in that way? Like, this is how most people would say it. I'm studying Japanese by myself. I'm teaching myself Japanese. Why would you say, I've been learning Japanese through self-study? Who says that? No, I don't believe in you anymore, Duolingo. Terrible.
勉強しなかったら試験
It's a very roundabout way of saying it. So one of the things I learned in university is that, you know how in high school, when you start learning how to write essays and stuff, teachers always go like, oh, it has to be a minimum of 1,000 words. And what you end up doing is like, you end up writing as like, instead of writing, you end up like adding extra words to your sentences and being super passive in your so passive versus active voice, right? I don't know what this website is, but it's gonna explain it. So like in an essay you can write, it is believed by the candidate that a ceiling must be placed on the budget by Congress. And like people start doing this because they want to fill in they want to meet the word limit, the word criteria, the word, what do you call it again? The minimum word criteria set by your teacher, right? Your teacher says it has to be 1,000 words. It has to be 1,500 words. So you start adding words like this, but in university, they tell you to stop doing this. They teach what you've been doing for 5 years is wrong. You should actually write, the candidate believes that Congress must place a ceiling on the budget. In university, they teach you how to write concisely and in the active voice. But in high school, they always tell you, you need to make a minimum word limit. And then all the students start doing this. And it's actually I feel like it's very backwards. They're teaching you something only to unteach you it later. And that's like Duolingo more often writes like this, which is very unacademic in terms of like university writing, university level of writing. Like high school students might write like this. but university students would write more like this. The man was bitten by the dog. The dog bit the man. It was like they mean the same thing, but they come off different. Uni lecturers say don't give me nonsense because of word count. Yeah, so I was a science student, right? So I graduated with a bachelor's in biology. And in biology, there's a lot of, or in any science, there's a lot of studies and research papers. And when you write those research papers, usually you study so much, your research papers, if you wrote like this, your research papers would be like 50,000 words long. And nobody ain't got time to read a 50,000 word long research paper. They'd rather go read a novel or something, right? And research papers tend to be like super dry and to the point. So you learn to write as few words as possible, as concisely as possible, and pack as much information into a single sentence, so that not only are you making your paper shorter and more like concise, to the point, more easily understandable, but also you're making sure you're not wasting other people's time by making your sentences too wordy, right? You're doing your audience a favor. You're doing yourself a favor by writing less words. You're also doing your audience a favor, whoever's reading it, whichever scientist who's reading your work, a favor by giving them as much information as quickly as possible, and also making sure that they get that information in as little time as possible, so that they can spend the rest of their time that they save on actual research. So in university, they teach you how to write as concisely as possible, as accurately as possible, and as, I don't know, just, yeah. That's the thing Duolingo doesn't get. They always write it this way. Yeah. Passive versus active. 勉強しなかったら試験に合格できない。勉強しなかったら試験に合格できない。If you don't study, then you will not pass the exam. I will not. Okay, fine, whatever. Same difference. I don't know if this is I should have defaulted to I. But technically it could be taken either I or you, I think. But by default, it should be I.
頑張ってください。
頑張ってください. Please try hard. Do your best. Please try hard. Please do your best.
日本語は独学です。
I self-studied Japanese by myself. I self-studied. I self-taught. I self-studied. Taught myself Japanese. My Japanese self.
はい、頑張ります。
Yes, I will do my best.
合格おめでとう。
Congratulations on passing.
独学で日本語を勉強しています。
What was this again? This was a really weird one, right? I have been something try hard でも了解だと思います。正解だと思います。だよな。I think try hard should have been accepted, but I got rejected. I have been self-teaching myself Japanese or something like that. Learning Japanese through self-study. Okay, I'm just gonna copy past that.
勉強しなかったら試験に合格できない。
If I don't study, I will not pass the exam.
日本語は独学です。
What was it? No. What was this? My Japanese is self-taught. That's what it was.
独学で日本語を勉
This lesson was complete garbage. What is this kanji? 少しなんとか。少し。 寂しい。あ、厳しい。だよな、Duolingo は少し厳しいぜ。Yeah. I think they need more people double checking their answers and making sure that all the different variations of English of answers are accepted. I think that's what needs to happen. Oh wait, what the heck is this? Alright. Apparently I'm done the education thing. Why does it keep doing that? I didn't know there were... When did they start doing animated GIFs? That's... Huh. Okay. Alright. Let's do one more of this and I'll go to NHK News and practice some new stuff. Kojo is 工場. Kojo. Construction site? Kojo? No, warehouse. Workplace? Warehouse, right? Or plants? Or like Kojo? Factory. Factory.
彼はお金持ちではありません。
彼はお金持ちはありません。ではありません。彼はお金持ちではありません。He is poor. He is not rich. I mean, in Japanese, what's the word for poor? There isn't. It's just お金がない. It's just no money. You seem good at Cantonese because I speak Cantonese daily. My first language is Cantonese, by the way. Even though I was born in North America, because my family only speaks Cantonese at home, from 0 to 3 years old, I only knew how to speak Cantonese. I did watch English television, and I didn't learn to speak English until I was thrown into preschool when I was like 3 or 4 years old. I think I was around 3 years old. I finally got thrown into preschool and I finally started learning English. But up until 10 years old, my Cantonese was actually better than my English. Poor is... Oh, bimbo. Mazushi or bimbo. Ah, right. Bimbo gami. You guys ever watch Bimbo gami? Bimbo gami. I just remember Bimbo gami is... I don't understand why the English is good luck girl, because bimbo gami means poor girl, poor god, like no money god, a god that like has no money, god of poverty. Yeah, god of poverty. She has anything but luck. Bimbo gami is god of poor. Yeah.
Kojo.
Factory.
工場。
ここには封筒は売っていますか？
ここには封筒を売っていますか? What's 封筒?
封筒。
Envelope. Oh. 封筒順風. What? How do you say envelope in Mandarin? Is that really? No. Envelope. 信封. How do I become 封筒 in? How do I become 封筒? 封筒. How did it become 封筒? What does 封筒 actually mean? Seal and cylinder. Oh. But why is this envelope? Are there any other words to say envelope? Oh, this is envelope. Not envelope. This is envelope. Horaksen. Envelope, mathematic. Envelope. アンバロープ、小袋、上袋、上包み、包み、封筒。I guess it's just one. N5 too. It's a very, very low level word, common word. 封筒。封筒。ここには封筒は売っていますか？ここには封筒は売っていますか？Do you sell envelopes here?
彼らがみんな貧しかったです。
彼らがみんな貧しかったです。貧しい。貧しい。Is this? 貧しい。貧しい I want to say is first. My first guess is bright or too bright. But the kanji I think is hikari when you say mazushi. What is
貧
this?
しかったです。
Oh, this is the kanji for poor. Bimbo. 貧しかったです。彼らがみんな貧しかったです。彼らがみんな They were all poor. 彼らがみんな貧しかったです。貧乏。貧しかった。So, the 訓読み is 貧しい。The 音読み is 貧。Right? Poor. 貧困。貧しい。Yeah, so 訓読み is 貧しい。音読み is 貧 or 貧。貧。貧困。製品。国貧。貧乏。貧乏に。貧乏に。貧しい。N3. Okay. Taught in grade 5. Dang. I'm only grade 5. I'm only grade 5. まだ小5の漢字。工場。
工場。
What is this? Is this even a word?
開始。
This is not a word. This is not a word.
工場。休止。
This is not a word either.
開始。
I think this is the only real word. I've never seen these words before. I don't think they're words. Whatever.
姉はお金持ちですが、兄が貧しいです。
姉はお金持ちですが、兄は貧しいです。兄は貧しいです。姉はお金持ちですが、兄は貧しいです。姉はお金持ちですが、兄は貧しいです。日本人は大人でも小学校で学ぶ漢字が読めないことがあります。Even Japanese adults sometimes have trouble reading kanji they should have learned in elementary school. Really? I didn't know that. I mean, my mom has trouble sometimes remembering Chinese characters, but that's because living in North America, she hasn't had much of a chance to write Chinese, but she does read the newspaper every day, the Chinese newspaper every day. So she still remembers how to read Chinese, but she can't remember how to write Chinese. She moved here when she was 18. She didn't go to university. So yeah. Ane is older sister. My older sister. はお金持ちですが is rich ですが but 兄が貧しいです。My older brother is poor.
兄は工場で勤めています。
兄は工場で勤めています。You sometimes make mistakes too. 兄は工場で勤めています。勤めています。勤めています。勤めています。勤めています。兄は工場で勤めています。勤めています。工場で勤めています。Oh my goodness. で勤めています。で勤め工場で勤めています。工場で勤めています。工場で勤めています。工場で勤めています。工場で勤めています。兄は工場で勤めています。兄は工場で勤めています。兄は工場で勤めています。兄は工場で勤めています。兄は my older brother 工場で勤めています。勤めています means working or belongs to, works at a factory. My older brother works at a factory. Okay, employed is also another way to say it. 兄は工場で勤めています。会議 is meeting. 貧しい is poor.
貧しい。
複雑 is complicated.
複雑。
成功 is correct.
成功。
Or past. 工場 is factory.
工場。
彼は
わため工場。
工場で働いています。
You guys watch Hololive? You guys know the song わため工場? It's a very catchy song. I liked it. こんにちは、ノルセ。Hello, Sana. 今日も見守っているよ。Thank you. Sana is gonna watch over me today too. 彼は貧しくて工場で働いています。彼は貧しくて工場で働いています。彼は貧しくて工場で働いています。彼は貧しくて工場で働いています。He is poor. He is 貧しくて He is poor. So he is working at a factory. If I could spell it, factory. 工場で働いています。工場 factory で at 働い is to work. ています means working. 彼は貧しくて Hey, common racer. Maybe there is. At the very least, Duolingo doesn't. The narrative of Duolingo is to make fun of the person who's trying to learn Japanese. I feel like that's Duolingo's narrative. That's like the overarching narrative. Like, you know how shows usually have like small like 4-episode or like 10-episode little stories, but like over like 100 episodes there's usually like a huge overarching narrative, like to save the world or something. But within saving the world, they travel to different small little cities and solve like little problems at the cities. Each lesson in Duolingo is like solving problems at little cities, while like the entirety of Duolingo itself is like the overarching storyline is just to make fun of the person who's studying on Duolingo. Yeah. He is poor and works at a... Oh.
貧しくて
And
貧しくて
wait.
貧しくて
So is also an acceptable answer. Why didn't you give it to me, Duolingo? It's an Japanese people in the chat. Would you say so is an acceptable answer? I can't believe it. It's acceptable, right? I'm gonna say it's acceptable. I'm gonna look at the discussion actually. I'm gonna look at it. I'm gonna look at what other people say. Prejudice. Sounds like a statement of fact. He is poor and he also works in a factory. Let's not look at that. Sentence itself is not shouldn't works at a factory also be works in a factory? And もそうも同じだろう。Duolingo. and とそうは少し違うよね。そうはもっとだからの感じで and is との感じ。Like and is more like this plus this. So is more like this, therefore that. Like A, because A then B. That's like more so. And it's more like A plus B. But I'm gonna say it's probably acceptable because it's within the kanji, or within the definition of Duolingo.
アルバイトをしているの？
アルバイトしているの？アルバイトをしているの？ Are you working part-time? Party time. Part-time.
社長はお金持ちです。
社長は What is that? What is this kanji? 違いはわかるけどさっきの文だとどちらでも同じように使わると思いました。What is this kanji? What is this one? Where's that tab? 細かい small things. Irrelevant, almost. 細かい違いは細かい違いはわかるけどさっきの文だとどちらでも同じように伝わるだと思いました。Right. 伝わる to convey. Yeah, it would have worked either way. Like the other person would have understood. And in the overarching context of the sentence, it would have been the same thing. 伝わるだと思います。
社長はお金持ちです。
社長はお金持ちです。えOh, what the heck is this? What? Why did it autocomplete to that? Otherwise, it's fine.
彼は私に自転車を1万円で売
What's
った。
社長え Oh, what did I type? What is this? Did I make a typo? Monocho. Oh, I probably typed Oh, instead of shacho, I type shacho. shacho. Shacho はお金持ちです。Okay. 社長はお金持ちです。彼は私に自転車を1万円で1万円 is $100, right? 1万 yeah. $100 for a bicycle is pretty cheap. My bicycle is like $350 and that was like 10 years ago. 彼は私に自転車を1万円で売った。彼は私に自転車を1万円で売った。彼は私に自転車を1万円で売った。He sold a bicycle for 10,000 yen to me. Wait, is that even proper English? He sold a bicycle for 10,000 yen to me. For 10,000 yen, he sold a bicycle to me. I bought a bicycle for 10,000 yen from him. He sold me his bicycle for 10,000 yen. I mean, sure, it's his bicycle. Maybe it's not. He sold me his bicycle for 10,000. See, Duolingo like sometimes actually makes sensible sentences, but like it really confuses me when I'm supposed to use. I don't know when I'm supposed to type in like the weirdest way or like the proper way. Whatever. He sold me his bicycle for 10,000. Mazushi is poor.
彼女は工場でアルバイトしています。
彼女は工場でアルバイトしています。彼女は工場でアルバイトをしています。彼女は工場でアルバイトをしています。彼女は工場でアルバイトをしています。She is working part-time at a factory. If you write in Romaji, it is maybe shacho, so the u tends to be omitted. I usually write shacho as in like if I write cho like butterfly, I would write cho, right? In alternate form, it could be like cho, right? If you use the official Romaji. But I usually write it this way. The way that Japanese have it, right? Cho-u. Because I find that helps me remember better. The problem is, I have a hard time knowing or picking up. I think I have a hard time picking up whether it be cho-cho or cho-cho. I have a hard time picking up the extra mora. For all those linguists, I guess. For everyone who understands Japanese at a higher level. Mazushi. Fukuzatsu is complicated. Seiko is correct. Kojo is factory. Tsuzuke is continue.
この白い牛を君に100万円で売ってあげるよ。
Wow. この白い牛を君に100万円で売ってあげるよ。That's not a very common Japanese sentence, is it? This feels like it's from a manga or something. Just by the word kimi is not a word often used in conversational Japanese unless it's like in literature. I think, as per my understanding, if you say kimi to like people, it sounds really weird because it's not a word that's. If you're gonna use the word kimi, you might as well call the person by their name. it comes off as like really rude. So people don't use it in conversational Japanese. It's seen more in manga and like fiction. この白い牛 like who's selling a white cow anyways? この白い牛を君に100万円で売ってあげるよ. Also the way that the sentence is phrased, 売ってあげるよ is like, I guess I'll sell you this cow for like 100 man, $100, $1 million. A white cow for $1 million. Oh, sorry, not $1 million, $1 million yen. Who sells cows for $1 million yen? Is that how much they're worth? Is that like a realistic price for a white cow? この白い牛を君に100万円で売ってあげるよ。この白い牛を君に100万円で売ってあげるよ。君に100万円で売ってあげるよ。100万円で売ってあげるよ。売ってあげるよ。売ってあげるよ。売ってあげるよ。100万円で売ってあげるよ。君に100万円で売ってあげるよ。この白い牛を君に100万円で売ってあげるよ。I will sell you this white cow for 1 million yen. Oh, this is a weird sentence.
彼はお金持ちではありません。
He is not rich. 彼はお金持ちではありません。
彼は貧しくて工場で働いています。
彼は貧しくて工場で働いています。He is poor and works at the factory. A factory. Kimi is more casual than anata, so we can't use kimi in polite speech. So do you even anata is like really rarely used. I really rarely used in Japanese, right? 普段あなたと君は普段の会話で使わないよね。フィクション以内で君とあなたは会話で普段使ってないよね。使ったら少しルードの How do you say rude? 少し Like you'd rather just use the other person's name. お互いの名前お名前を使った方がいいよね。君とあなたよりお互いの名前をつける方がいい。普段はお名前で呼んじゃうことが多いね。I usually use kimi to friends and anata to anybody. Really? I mean, that's like I used to, because I started learning Japanese from anime. I thought kimi and anata would be used a lot, and then from somewhere I learned anata and kimi is actually pretty rarely used, and people would rather use each other's name because like using kimi and anata will seem rude because it's kind of gives the impression that you've forgotten the other person's name, which could be a rude gesture or a rude thing to do. But that's in like polite speech. But if you're very good friends with someone, name or nickname, yeah, it's usually more close. Like it's like if you use nicknames, you feel like you're closer friends, right? But like if it's like in a joking kind of way, I can see it happening, right? Like you obviously know each other's name, right? So when you say kimi, it's probably more in like you're joking about something, right?
社長はお金持ちです。
社 超はお金持ちです。
彼は私に自転車を1万円で売った。
He sold me his bicycle. We don't even know if it's his bicycle. Bicycle for, was it 10,000 yen? He sold his bicycle to me. Whatever. He sold me his bicycle. Yeah. Alright. Let's end this and go to this one. My new favorite website. Newswebby. 漫画やアニメ海賊版 Pirate? 海賊版サイト Oh, pirating site. Is that what you call pirating site? 海賊版サイトをなくすための国際団体を作る。国際団体 What's 国際団体？小学生の15人に1人が海賊の世話国が初めて調査。What's this about? 漫画家の藤子不二雄 Oh wait, this is the name. 藤子不二雄 A さんが亡くなる Oh, someone passed away. Some famous 漫画家ウクライナの戦車アスリート戦車が東京大会のメダルをオークションに出した。Oh. A Russian athlete is selling their Tokyo Olympics medal. Is auctioning off their Tokyo Olympics medal. Wow, that's interesting. Maybe translator was wrong. I don't usually use anata for anybody. Okay. Yeah, that was my understanding is anata and kimi is very rare. Unless you're trying to make fun of something or like make fun of someone or in fictional works like novels or dramas, TV shows, stuff like that. 星の形の眉を作る蜂が日本で初めて見つける。I guess mayu is like nest. For the first time, bees have been spotted making globe-like nests in Japan. A mangaka called Fujiko Fujio A-san passes away. 小学生の15人に1人が家族の世話国が初めて調査。What's 家族の世話世話 What's 世話Let me go to 辞書 again. 世話 Care, assistance 家族の世話世話になる世話になる means to become to rely on someone to trouble someone about something 家族の世話 so trouble in the family 小学生の15人に1人が家族の世話国が初めて調査 調査 is research or investigation. 初めて is starting. 国 is country. 小学生 is elementary student. 15人に1人が means 1 in 15. 1 in 15 students. 家族の世話 troubles in the family. 国が so country, a country, 1 in 15 students in the country has family problems. Investigation starts, I guess. Take care of families? Is it? I don't know if I'm understanding this incorrectly. Let me read. I want to know more about this actually. 大人の代わりに家族の世話や介護、病人などを介護し世話すること。介護しmagazine no 解放 nursing looking after 世話や介護している子供をヤングケアラーヤングケアラヤングケアラyoung care child who cares for a family member with this oh okay 介護 is care or nursing 介護ヤングケアラーと言います so 1 in 15小学生1 in 15 elementary school students starting investigation into 1 in 15 students becoming home carers. Oh, 国が初めて調査 The country begins investigation into this problem where 1 in 15 students are becoming home carers. Okay. 大人の代わりに家族の世話や介護をしている子供をヤングケアラーと言います。Okay. The word young carer is where a child takes care of their family or nurses an older family member or takes care of the family instead 代わりに大人の代わりに instead of an adult doing it it's a child that's doing the caring the family caring and it's usually due to like illness or something young carer厚生労働省は今年の1月小学生のヤングケアラーについて初めて調査をしました。厚生労働省 I assume this is like Ministry of Health 厚生労働省 Ministry of Health Labor 厚生労働省は今年の1月小学校のヤングケアラーについて初めて調査をしていました。Starting from January this year the Ministry of Health and Labor of Japan began investigations regarding elementary school students becoming young carers. 6年生の9700人ぐらいが答えました。About 9,700 sixth graders responded. About 9,700 sixth graders responded to them. 世話をしている家族がいると答えたのは 6.5% で15人に1人ぐらい言いました。そう、世話をしている家族がいる。6.5% of these sixth graders answered, yes, there is a person at home that we have to care for. That makes about 1 in 15 people. 兄弟の世話をしている人が71% でした。兄弟の世話をしている人が兄弟の世話をしているTaking care of your sibling. People who are taking care of their siblings, 71% answered that their siblings were being taken care of. 母親の世話が 19.8%、父親の世話が 13.2% などでした。About 19.8% answered taking care of their mothers. 13.2% said taking care of their fathers. Okay. どんな世話をしているかについて、病気の家族などの様子、ありさま、状態、様子を見ている人が 40.4% でした。パーセントでした。どんな世話をしているについて、What kind of illness or care? What kind of, in regards to what kind of care? 病気の家族などの様子を見ている人が 40.4% でした。How do you translate the sentence? 40% answered that they were looking after a family member who was either ill or like unwell or actually sick. 病気 illness or actually ill. Looking after someone ill. 食事の準備などの家族の仕事が 35.2%、 兄弟の世話や迎えに行くことなどが 28.5% などでした。35.2% were in charge of cooking or preparing meals for the family. 兄弟の世話や迎えに行くことなど、迎えに行く is picking up, right? To pick someone up from school, 迎えに行く, I think. Or pick someone up from somewhere. It doesn't have to be school, it could be from anywhere. Or like to escort someone. 28.5% answered that they have to look after or escort their siblings. 厚生労働省は小学生にもヤングケアラーがいることが分かりました。必要なことをもっと考えていきたいです。必要なことをもっと考えていきたいです。考えていきたいです。と話しています。So, the 厚生 or the Ministry of Health and Labor says we found that yes, young carers do exist. So elementary students who have some kind of like caring responsibility in their homes do exist. 必要なことをもっと考えていきたいです。This subject requires further research. Will require further investigation, further research. Okay, so I'm going to try to read this again in like smoother, more fluidly. I'm going to try to read this more fluidly. 大人の代わりに家族の世話や介護 Nursing is like 看護師 right? 介護看護師 is nursing 看護師 hospital nurse. Oops, wrong tab. 介護をしている子供をヤングケアラーと言います。介護解放な介護wait 介護caregiving. Why do you keep clicking that tab? 介護大人の代わりに家族の世話や介護をしている子供をヤングケアラーと言います。厚生労働省は今年の1月小学生のヤングケアラーについて初めて調査をしました。6年生の9700人ぐらいが答えました。世話している家族がいると答えたのは 6.5% で15人に1人ぐらいいました。15人に1人ぐらいいました。兄弟を世話をしている人が 71% でした。親の世話が 19.8%、父親の世話が 13.2% などでした。13.2% などでした。What's など about? など。I know like などの etc. I know it's etc. などでした。But I wonder in this context, like what など mean? どんな世話をしているかについて、病気の家族などの様子、病気の家族などの様子を見ている人が 40.4% でした。食事の準備などの家族の仕事が 35.2%、兄弟の世話や迎えに行くことなどが 28.5% などでした。I understand this など is like 迎えに行くことなど etc. So picking up family members or like escorting family members etc. But what does など after percent mean? Does it mean like roughly or about? 厚生労働省は小学生もヤングケアラーがいることが分かりました。必要なことをもっと考えていきたいですと話しています。Hello Phoenix, welcome. New here for the 7th time in a row, I guess. 厚生労働省大人の代わりに家族の世話や介護をしている子供をヤングケアラーと言います。大人の代わりに家族の世話や介護をしている子供をヤングケアラーと言います。大人の代わりに家族の世話や介護をしている子供をヤングケアラーと言います。Phoenix always rises from the ashes. I guess true that. Maybe he's resurrecting every single time. What's this? 同省厚生労働省は今年の1月小学生のヤングケアラーについて初めて調査をしました。6年生の9700人くらいが答えました。世話をしている家族がいると答えたのは生活をしている家族がいると答えたのは 6.5% で15人に1人ぐらいいました。兄弟を世話をしている人が 71% でした。母親を世話が 19.8%、父親の世話が 13.2 などでした。どんな世話をしているかについて、病気の家族などの様子を見ている人が 40.4% でした。食事の準備などの家族の仕事が 35.2%、兄弟の世話や迎えに行くことなどが 28.5% などでした。something 性労働省 厚生労働省は小学校にもヤングケアラーがいることが分かりました。必要なことをもっと考えていきたいですと話しています。Interesting. Actually, let's listen to this thing. I want to listen to this.
小学生の15人に1人が家族
Oh my goodness, it's so slow. Can you go faster?
初めて調査。大
Hold on.
人の代わりに家族の世話や介護をしている子供をヤングケアラーと言います。厚生労働省
It's so slow. It's so painfully slow. I feel like this is audio of someone speaking at normal speed, but then slowed down to like 10% or like 20% speed. Look at this. It's 2 minutes. Oh my god.
今年の1月、
小学生
のヤングケアラーについて初めて調査をしました。6年生の9700人ぐらいが答えました。
I don't know if this is really actually that helpful. I don't think it's that helpful, so I'm not gonna do it. I thought it would be like an actual person reading at normal speed, because I want to copy that. I want to copy a normal person reading this at normal speed. But listening to that at that speed isn't very helpful to me. It may be helpful to some people, but it's not helpful. Basically, this article says that 1 in 15 people, or this Ministry of Health and Labor conducted an investigation regarding young children having more responsibilities and being home carers, young carers, otherwise known as young carers. And the results of the investigation is that yes, there are young carers that exist, and it requires further investigation. About 9,700 people, 6th graders, responded to the questionnaire, to the investigation. 6.5% replied that yes, there is someone that needs to be taken care of at home. That equates to about 1 in 15 people. 71% of those people answered that their siblings require caring. That their siblings require care. 19.8% says their mother requires care. 13.2% says their father requires care. In terms of what kind of care, 40% said it's something related to an illness or they need to like look after someone constantly. 35.2% says that they have to cook at home and they have to do chores at home or something, take care of chores or something. And 28.5% said that they have to take care of their siblings, like taking them to school or like whatever, right? Or picking them up from someone. Yeah, so they discovered that they require more investigation on this. All right, that's pretty good. What should I read next? Let's read about these bee things. Oh, hi Trisha. Let's read about these bee things. Is this like
では新種の蜂です。星型の繭を作る蜂が沖縄県内で見つかりました。星型腹細コマユ蜂です。
Wait, is this the article? No, 3年前. He didn't even start with that.
続いては新種の蜂です。星型の繭を作る蜂が沖縄県内で見つかりました。星型腹細
I'm gonna lower the music so you guys can hear this too.
蜂です。3年前、沖縄市の沖縄こどもの国で小学生などが園内を調査したところ、参加者がコンペイトウのようなこういった星型の繭を見つけました。
コンペイトウ。
星型の繭を作る虫は世界的に珍しく、国内では初めての発見だということです。
器用に作りますね。
ねえ。Anyways, what he was saying wasn't even part of the article. So. He was saying like basically what the article said. Let's read the article. 星の形の眉を作る蜂が日本で初めて見つかる。眉 is probably hive, right? What is mayu? Cocoon. Oh, cocoon. Mayu is cocoon. 星の形の眉を作る蜂が日本で初めて見つかる。Like a globe. Cocoon. Make. Bee. Japan. First time being seen. So for the first time in Japan, people have discovered bees that create spherical cocoons. 3年前、沖縄市で子供たちが星の形の眉を見つけました。沖縄市の博物館 some kind of museum. 博物 what's 博物 Oh, Natural History Museum. 博物館 Natural History Museum. 博物館などが調べると新しい種類 is species の蜂が作った眉だと分かりました。Okay. So 3 years ago in Okinawa City, children found cocoons shaped like spheres. It says like 星の形 means shaped like the earth, or shaped like a planet, which means spherical. I think I could probably summarize it to that. Children from Okinawa City found cocoons shaped like a planet or spherical. The Natural History Museum of Okinawa investigated these, and they've discovered a brand new species of bees. この蜂は体の長さが3ミリから4ミリぐらいです。These new species of bee range from about 3 millimeters to 4 millimeters long. Their body size. 名前は星型腹盆小眉蜂 What? になりました。They were named星型 is 星型 so sphere making 腹盆 what is it 腹細 This is so isn't it 腹細小眉底眉腹細星型腹細小眉 What is this? Hachi is B. Huh? I don't understand. I don't understand this. Harabon? This is Seoul. This is definitely Seoul. Seoul, yeah, Seoul. Hara. Hara is probably tummy. Hara is tummy. It's probably hara. And then what's boso? boso boso whispering? Or is it bosotto? It's probably bosotto. Might be miss whispering. Haraboso. What was the rest of it? Haraboso komayu. Komayu hachi. Brackenoid. Oh, this is a family of. This is the family of bees. Hosoi. Oh, because they are pretty thin. Haraboso. Oh, very thin-bellied. Okay. Maybe. Haraboso. Komayu hachi. Ni narimashita. Okay. So, globe making thin-bellied whatever this wasp is. Brackenoid wasp. Komayu bachi? Komayu bachi? Ni narimashita. 博物館によると according to the World History Museum この蜂はまだ小さい時に100匹ぐらい集まって糸を出して1センチから3センチぐらいの繭を作ります。So, when these bees are young and small, when these bees are still small, about 100 of them come together. 100匹ぐらい集まって糸を出して、they spin webs about 1cm to 3cm ぐらいのand make a cocoon about 1 to 3 cm big out of web. They spin a web to make a cocoon that results like about 1 to 3 cm. 星の形の繭を作る虫は世界でも少なくて日本では初めて見つかりました。So even amongst bugs that make spherical cocoons in the world, bugs that make spherical cocoons in the world are few and far in between, and this is a first for Japan. 博物館などは蜂が繭を作っているビデオを YouTube に出しています。The World History Museum and others like it have published videos of these bees making cocoons on YouTube. Hold on. My new glasses are a little bit uncomfortable with my headset. I need to adjust it. Okay. So let me read it through again as smoothly as possible. 星の形の繭を作る蜂が日本で初めて見つかる。3年前、沖縄市で子供たちがI don't even know how to pronounce 子供 anymore. 子供 of course 子供たちは星の形の繭を見つけました。3年前、沖縄市で子供たちが星の形の繭を見つけました。沖縄市の 博物館などが調べると新しい種類の蜂が作った繭だと分かりました。この蜂は体の長さが3ミリから4ミリぐらいです。名前は星型腹細コマユバチになりました。So 3 years ago, children from Okinawa City discovered spherical cocoons. The World History Museum of Okinawa and others like it investigated, and they discovered a brand new species of bees making spherical cocoon. Wait, 新しい種類の蜂が作った繭だと分かりました。New species of cocoon making bees. この蜂は体が Okay, these bees range from about 3 to 4 millimeters in length. They were named spherical cocoon making thin-bellied brackenoids. 博物館によると、この蜂はまだ小さい時に100匹ぐらい集まって糸を出して1センチから3センチくらいの繭を作ります。The World History Museum, according to the World History Museum, when these bees are still young, about 100 of them gather together and they make a cocoon ranging from about 1 to 3 cm in size. 星の形の繭を作る虫は世界で少なくて、日本では初めて見つかりました。Bugs that make spherical cocoons are far and few between in the world, and is a first in Japan. 博物館などは蜂の繭を作っているビデオを YouTube に出しています。The World History Museum and others like it have published videos of bees making cocoons on YouTube. Right. So that's that. That's an interesting discussion. Let's do this one next. 漫画やアニメ海賊版サイトをなくすための国際団体を作る。This is the same word as police, right? Police is what's the word for police in Japanese again? Keisatsu. This is satsu for keisatsu, isn't it? Keisatsu. Never mind. It's completely different. 国際団体を作る。国際団体 I don't know what 国際団体 means, but I'm guessing that's how this is pronounced. 漫画やアニメを海賊版サイトをなくすための国際団体を作る。So from the title, I'm thinking manga and anime pirating sites をなくすため in order to get rid of pirating sites, manga and anime pirating sites, the country has created a team. The country has put together a team of specialists to get rid of all manga and anime pirating sites. 海賊 is pirate. Ban is type. Saito. Saito is website. 海賊版サイト pirating website. 今日がないのに What's 今日が許可ない許可がないのに許可 is permission 許可 or copyright permission or like whatever お願い出てたことを良いと許すこと許し Yeah. To give permission. Kyoka is permission. Without permission. Kyoka ga nai. Without permission. Even no ni. Even without permission. 漫画やアニメをインターネットで出す海賊版サイトが世界で問題になっています。OK。許可がないのに漫画やアニメのをインターネットに出す海賊版サイトが世界で問題になっています。Pirating sites which publish manga and anime over the internet without permission have become a problem all over the world. 本を出す会社などのグループは、groups that publish companies and groups that publish books are 利用する人が多い10の海賊版サイトを調べました。利用する人が多い10の海賊版サイトを調べました。OK。利用する人が多い。利用する人が多い。frequent 10の海賊版サイトを調べました。OK。Companies or groups that publish books investigated pirating sites 10 pirating sites that have a big user base. 利用する人が多い10の海賊版サイトを調べました。この結果1兆円以上1兆円以上1億の1万倍1億 is 1 billion, right? 1万倍の1万倍 It's 1 billion plus times 10,000 1万 10,000 10,000 billion 1億1万10万1万10万100万1億 right? 1億 Wait, it's easier to do it this way 1億の10万1億の10万これは1兆 Is this 一丁? 丁. Hold on. What did I type? Oh, okay, fine. 一丁. I did 1만. It's 3 sets of 4 zeros, right? 一丁. 1000, 万, 10万, 100万, 1億. 1億の1億の1万. 1 trillion. So there's 12 zeros here. 12 zeros. Okay, I know how to count. I can count in Japanese. Take that. Minecraft. I'm not doing Minecraft. I do have Minecraft. If you look at my channel, I do have Minecraft videos. And for my birthday, I'm gonna open a Minecraft server. 1兆 12 zeros 兆1万の1億兆1 trillion OK その結果1兆円以上1 trillion dollars sorry 1 trillion yen over 1 trillion yen の被害があることが分かりました15 years old Okay. Welcome 15-year-old kid. Years old kid. Angry Prash like video and endless TV series. Okay. So they discovered, the result was, they discovered that there were 1 trillion yen worth of damages on these like combined, whatever, right? 被害は許可のある本やウェブサイトなどの売り上げより多くなっています。Naruto? I've watched Naruto before. It's not like my favorite series though. I've watched Naruto. 許可のある本や許可のある permission granted, like with permission 本やウェブサイトなどの売り上げより多くなっています。Oh, okay. The damages were equal to more than websites who legally sell these products. The damages were greater than legal, like what legal websites sell. Did you watch I Want to Eat Your Pancreas? No, I've never watched it. It's on my to watch list, but I never got around to it. このため、日本やアメリカ、韓国、フィリピンなど13の国の政府 government 国の政治を行うところ政府 government. When's your birthday? Why? It's April 22nd. It's in 2 weeks. 政府などが著作権を守るための団体を作りました。For this reason, Japan, America, Korea, Philippines, and other countries, 13 in total, 13 countries in total, 13 countries, including Japan, America, Korea, and Philippines governments have created a group specifically for protecting 調査権を守るため。調査権 is 本、写真、歌詞、曲などの作者が持っている権利。著作権。Oh, it's copyright, right? 著作権。著作権。著作権。Copyright, yeah, 著作権。13 countries, including Japan, America, Korea, Philippines, and others. Governments of 13 countries have created a group specifically to protect copyright holders. 1回目の会議は on the first meeting. Oh, the first meeting will be 1回目の会議は4月26日に行います。The first meeting will happen on April 26th, which is upcoming soon, actually. 海賊版サイトを作っている人は捕まらないように海国にいることが多いため、the people who made these pirating sites, in order for these people to escape, 捕まらない 捕まる is to be caught. 捕まらない is not to be caught. のように in order for them not to be caught, in order for people who make these pirating websites not to be caught, they are mostly out of country. のため世界の国が協力することが大切です。Okay. It's important for all the countries in the world to participate because a lot of these people who make these pirating websites live externally to the country, live outside the country in order not to be caught. この団体は法律に一般しているウェブサイトの情報を集めて他の国の警察などに伝えることを考えています。Okay. This group 法律に違反している。違反 is 決まりを破ること。決まりを破ること。Offenders? Cynthia, hello. 違反者 is criminal, right? 違反 is violators. 違反者 is criminal, right? Offender. 法律 what? 法律 law, okay. Criminal offense or breaking the law. 法律に違反しているウェブサイトの okay, websites that break the law. 法律に違反しているウェブサイトの情報を集めて。情報 is information, 集めて is to gather. So gathering this 団体, this group will gather information about websites that break the law. 他の国の警察などに伝えることを考えています。 And with this information, they'll inform the police from other countries or authorities from other countries, or they'll share this information. They'll first gather the information about websites that break these laws, copyright laws, and then inform other countries about them, or share it with other countries. Alright. Alright. Now I'm gonna try to read it more fluent. 許可ないのに漫画やアニメをインターネットに出す海賊版サイトが世界で問題になっています。Websites that pirate anime and manga without permission have been a growing problem around the world. 本の出す会社などのグループは利用する人が多い10の海賊版サイトを調べました。Companies and groups who publish books have chosen 10 pirating websites with a large user base to investigate. その結果、1兆円以上のwhat is this? 被害、1億円以上の被害があることが分かりました。The result is they found over 1 trillion yen worth of damages. 被害は、評価のある本やウェブサイトなどの売り上げより多くなっています。These damages well exceed the revenue that websites that legally sell these books. このため日本やアメリカ、韓国、フィリピンなど13の国団体などが、copyright を守る。What's the word for copyright again? 違反の著作権を守るための団体。Oh wait, what's this one? 政府。このため日本やアメリカ、韓国、フィリピンなど13の国の政府などが著作権を守るための団体を作りました。For this purpose, governments of 13 countries, including Japan, America, Korea, Philippines, have created a group in order to protect copyright holders. 1回目の会議は4月26日にHow do you pronounce this? 行います。The first meeting will be on April 26th, which is coming up soon. 海賊版サイトを作っている人は捕まらないように海国にいることが多いため世界の国が努力することが大切です。Because most of the owners of these pirating websites live outside of their countries in order to evade arrest, getting arrested. It's important for all the countries to come together to put in the effort to come together or something like that. この団体は What's this? この団体は法律に違反しているウェブサイト。法律 What's 法律 法律 Oh, law 法律に違反しているウェブサイトの情報を集めて他の国の警察をなどに伝えることが考えています。この団体は法律に違反しているウェブサイトの情報を集めて、This group comprising of 13 countries will first gather information about these law-breaking websites. 他の国の警察などに伝えることを考えています。And they will inform authorities of their respective countries, or share this information out with the respective authorities of their countries. Yeah. So, 13 countries came together. Manga and pirating manga and anime has been a growing problem on the internet. Companies who publish books and things like this have come together to investigate 10 of the of the biggest websites on the internet. They found out that these websites have caused over 1 trillion yen of damages. These damages greatly exceed any revenue that lawfully abiding websites make. In order to combat this, 13 countries, including Japan, America, Korea, and Philippines, have come together to create this group to protect people's copyrights. Their first meeting will be on April 26th. Yeah, it's an interesting topic, isn't it, Loon? It's a topic Loon and I talk about all the time, actually. I think we used to talk about it quite often. Not anymore, though. People who run these pirating websites often live out of the country that they host them in order to evade arrest. And that's why it's important for every country to put in effort and come together and put in effort in order to combat this. This group that the different countries put together will continue investigating and accumulating information about these law-breaking websites, and their plan is to share this information with their respective countries, with the respective authorities of their respective countries. Good old times. I don't know about good reading, but I think I have a pretty good grasp about what this article is saying. It's difficult due to the difference of unit of numbers between Japan and US. So in US dollars, it's typically 1兆はこう. So yen, right? In order to go to USD, you take this number. Oops. You take this number, you paste it here, and you minus 2 zeros. So this would make 1 million trillion dollars, $10 trillion. Wait, 10 trillion? $10 billion. $10 billion. Billion. 1 trillion. Right? You just minus 2 zeros from the end. Divide by 100, and you'll get. So like 1,000 yen is equal to 10 USD. You just minus 2 zeros. Just go like that. Roughly. The exchange rate fluctuates all the time, but roughly that's how much you can count. It's been like that for a while. What time is it? Oh, it's 11:56 already. Well, I better end it here. I'm not too interested in the other stories. I don't follow too many mangaka at all, so I don't know who this person is. A Ukrainian athlete selling their Tokyo gold medal on auctioning off their Tokyo gold medal, which is an interesting story in itself, but not too interested in that. I'm more interested in these stories because I did watch anime and I did read a lot of manga growing up, and because I was young, more often than not, I have come across these websites. So that's why I'm more concerned. I do believe that copyright holders and the publishers should get what they deserve. But for a lot of younger folks who want to get into manga and anime, it is very difficult for them to have enough money to fuel their hobby, especially when you're really young. So that's like the kind of audience that these websites cater to. And it's been in an industry for a long time. I'm not saying like 10 years. I'm saying like 30, 40 years. It's been like this for 30, 40 years. Before these pirating websites ever came about, and this is a story that I heard from my coworker who's a big fan of anime. He's 10 years older than me. He's 10 years older than me. So he's been in the manga, he's been reading manga and watching anime for over 10, like more than 10 years, longer than I have. And he describes to me how he obtained manga and anime back in the past is people in Japan would record the anime onto VHS. This VHS tape, do you guys even know what VHS is? Some of you might be so young you've never seen a VHS tape. You guys know what these are? Have you guys seen these before? Anyways, people in Japan would record the anime on this and they mail it to people in the US. The people in the US would take this and copy it onto another VHS tape and then, or digitize it onto their computers, and they would type the subtitles onto the anime. Yeah, I was raised on VHS. I had Power Rangers series recorded on VHS tapes. I probably still have them around somewhere at my parents' house. Anyways, they would digitize the VHS tapes and they would type the subtitles onto the VHS tapes, like onto the digital copy, and then they would re-record them back onto the VHS tape. So like, if you understand what this means. So you'd plug the VHS tape into the VCR. It's called a VCR, video record player or something like that. Into the VCR, you plug this in, and the other end you'd plug into the computer, and you would record it. And you have to record it in real time. You actually, if it's 20 minutes per episode, you actually have to record it for 20 minutes. You have to play it back in real time. You record it into a MP2 file or something like that. And then someone would painstakingly subtitle each one and then re-record it onto a brand new VHS tape with the subtitles, because you can't do it to the original. You wouldn't want to do it to the original. You want to keep the originals just in case you mess up, right? You re-record it onto a new VHS tape, and then you take the subtitle tape and then you pass it around to all your friends. or you sell it with other people, or you trade with other people. Like, let's say I have one series and you have another series that I want to watch. Maybe we'll trade or something like that. So these tapes would go around all around the States. This is how it operated in the 90s, 80s and 90s. And then in the 2000s was when I discovered anime. Like early 2000, 1999, 2000, I discovered anime and I discovered the internet. And I realized I could get anime from the internet. So, you know, you could watch it on the internet. And then when YouTube came up, you could watch it on YouTube. So, with the internet, you didn't have to mail VHS tapes around the world anymore. You didn't have to mail these clunky things around the world. Sometimes they get damaged in the mail and like you'd have to ask for the sender to send another one, which is like, it took a long time to send these across the world. It took like months, right? But with the introduction of the internet, now you can send video files in a matter of days over the internet. It's still like big files, but instead of taking months, it would take days. So then pirating sites and spreading of anime started growing fast. Anime started growing faster in the States because it was more easy to obtain. And because when you send files over, it's already digital, you didn't have to go through this whole thing of recording it onto your PC. Again, like, the process got faster. So then, as processes got faster and faster, as the internet got faster and faster, and the tools got better and better, you know, pirating got more and more prevalent. And it's only now, 30 to 40 years later, where it's already super, like, hugely ingrained in the community overseas. I mean, in America. Not in Japan. Japan always had like a non-pirating, like always really law-abiding. I know a lot of high school students still pay for their own copies of manga to support the industry, which is really good because the industry is underfunded as it is, right? People are overworked and underpaid in the manga and anime industry, as I understand it. So they could do with, like, if you had the whole US market not pirating and paying for every single thing that they consume, the industry would be better off, right? So that's, I believe, what the goal of these, you know, they're seeking justice. They're making sure that their workers are paid what they deserve, right? So it's kind of, I think that's what they're kind of pursuing. It's pursuing to fix a problem that has been around for 40 years, and it could possibly take another 40 years to repair, or even longer to repair. Like, it's gonna be very hard and a long and uphill battle for the authorities to fix the problem that has been around for 40 years. So A-san is famous manga artist in Japan. So sad. Okay. He's the man who created Dawn of Japanese manga. Really? Is he the father of all manga then? Thank God for official manga reading apps. Yeah. So if you can afford it, do support your favorite creators. What is his name again? Fujiko Fujio A-san. Okay, I'll quickly read through this, I guess. 有名な漫画家の藤子不二雄 A さんが7日88歳で亡くなりました。Famous manga artist Fujiko Fujio A passed away on the 7th. So that was a few days ago. 藤子不二雄 A さんの本当の言う名前はアビコモト。So his real name is アビコモトで、富山県で生まれました。He was born in 富山、県 prefecture? 同じ小学校に通っていた藤本博さんと一緒に漫画を描いて、高校生の時に新聞に初めて漫画が出ました。So he went to the same elementary school as Fujimoto Hiroshi, and together they started drawing manga. In high school, they started publishing their manga in newspapers. 二人は1954年に東京に引っ越して、they both moved together to Tokyo in 1954. 藤子不二雄という名前でお化けの九太郎などの漫画を描きました。So when he moved to Tokyo, when the two moved to Tokyo, he adopted this name Fujiko Fujio, and started publishing manga like お化けis ghost の九太郎 the ghost。 その後も忍者服部くんや怪物くんなどが人気になりました。And after that, his works, 服部くん Ninja, the Ninja Hattori Kun and Monster Kun became famous, became popular. In 1987, the two manga artists 描くことをやめてからは Oh, okay. The two of them stopped drawing manga together in 1987, and that's when he adopted Fujio A as a mangaka, and continued drawing. He continued drawing manga under Fujio A instead of just Fujiko Fujio. Fujiko Fujio A さんは夢があって笑う漫画だけではなくて笑うセールさんなど会社の暗い部分をテーマにした漫画も描きました。So, Fujiko Fujio A wanted not only to draw a manga that brought smiles to people's faces, but also Jakai no Kurai. Anyways, he wanted to draw dark themed manga as well. Fujiko Fujio A さんが亡くなったと聞いて、多くの漫画家やファンの人などが残念だと言っています。When Fujiko Fujio A さん passed away, when brought with the news of his passing, a lot of fans and other manga artists mourn for the loss of this author. Fujiko Fujio A さんの絵は丸の中に絵が入ります。丸の中に絵が入ります。丸の中の絵に絵が。There's it's the A in Fujiko Fujio-e-san is an A drawn inside a circle. I don't really understand the meaning of that. I guess it's a signature? Doraemon. Oh, did he make Doraemon? Okay, Doraemon is a series that I know. It's a series that I think most people, even if they don't know what anime is or manga is, they know what Doraemon is. Warau salesman. Warau salesman. Okay. A laughing salesman. Okay. Okay. Oh! Maru no naka no e-san to kaite imasu. There's the last line. His name, the A part of his name is an A written inside a circle. Perhaps you don't know his name, but if he had not written manga, Japanese manga would be boring. So he's okay. So Japanese manga was boring until he started making like really interesting manga, and that kickstarted off this whole industry of manga becoming popular. I understand. Okay. So he's not the father of manga, but you can say he's the person who made manga very popular. He's the first person to make manga popular. And that's why he's an important person. Manga today would not exist in the way it exists if not for Fujiko Fujio-e-san. I think that's a very... I think I've learned something very, very important today. Yeah. I think this is probably the most important thing I learned today about the existence of this man. Well, unfortunately, I only learned about him after he died. Yeah. Okay, cool stuff. All right, I guess that ends my stream. So on Wednesday, I'm gonna continue playing Nier Automata. And then on Friday, because our Terraria stream was so fun last time with Addy and Mikitsuki and all those other guys, we're gonna continue our Terraria series on this coming Friday. People are clearing their schedules for that, so I'm looking forward to that. It's nice to have to meet some new people, to learn, and to play games with new people and then learn about them, and also to get back, into Terraria. And then next Sunday we'll go back over to Wanikani. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make this reading NHK news like a permanent section of my Sunday stream, my Japanese learning streams. It's honestly super helpful to be able to read and also to learn about current news and events in Japan as well. It's very useful. Like, I wouldn't have learned about this news if I didn't learn about this website and stuff. So thank you guys for joining me today. Oh yeah, my birthday is in 2 weeks, and I'm probably going to be, well, I say probably, but it's 99% sure that I'm going to open a Minecraft server and allow you guys to play on it. Whoever has a Minecraft account will be free to join it. And I'm going to be uploading my world so you guys can build in it. I am almost at 1,000 YouTube subscribers. Please let your friends know. Please share my channel with your friends so I can get up to 1,000 subscribers. If you like this video, please give me a thumbs up. It lets me know that you enjoy watching me learn, watching this series. And you can also follow me on Twitter, where I upload random stuff, like how there was a snowstorm and a thunderstorm at the same time today. That was really weird. Also really strangely cool to watch. And I also have a Discord channel where you can hang out with me and all the other people, all the other fans. Also, I hang out on Discord a lot. You can chat with me. I'm almost always online when I'm awake. And yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you guys for coming. Oh, it's not a streamer from the stars, guys. This is your #1 superstar virtual YouTuber, Amachi Naruse. And see you next time. Bye bye.